Okay, gang. Here we go. Our guest is late. This should be fun. Oh, there he is.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in Bethlehem Landfill Township. That's right, an outright purchased township following Waste Management's purchase of our township council, formerly Lower Saucon Township, part of Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States. On this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 15th of May, 2022. We are just 2 days away, not even really, if you think about it, about a day and a half, really, about 36 hours-ish, give or take, from the Pennsylvania primary, and actually primaries throughout the country, kind of a Super Tuesday of primaries, if you will. This is very interesting. You know, before I welcome a guest, I generally don't apologize to them, but Andre popped in just as the theme song started, and I'm like, shush, and that was kind of rude, and hopefully he's not mad at me. But he's still here, so I guess he's not too mad at me. But we are thrilled to be back with you live here on the 15th of May. A little week off last week for Mother's Day and for a family trip. We had beautiful weather. It was fantastic. I have never seen a nor'easter so long and so up close in my life. I've never seen winds that were not categorized as hurricane type winds for such a long time in my life, but gorgeous weather last week in the lovely, lovely city of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. But back with you and very happy to be so. Let's get through the business end of the program, wherever you may be. Across the Facebook, the wide and mighty Facebook universe, we thank you for being with us. We have shared the program to, I believe, a dead even 100 places, if I'm not mistaken. Last I looked, I think it was at 99. I can probably cheat and look. Oh, 95. It'll be 100 before I'm done, because usually there are folks who share as the program goes along. But we will get the program out to about 100 places yet again this this weekend. Interesting. We've got an interesting guest an interesting gentleman in the chat already. Wherever you might be across Facebook, thank you. We have shared the program to about 95 different places. I'm sure that will grow as the program continues. We generally get out to around 100 each week. We're very proud of that, and we appreciate it very much for a program that is very homemade. Let's be honest, I'm talking to you from my house. We have zero advertisers. I make zero money on this. This is a very homegrown, organic, grassroots, if you will, adventure. And we appreciate you all being here very much. Wherever you might be across those places on Facebook, whatever group it might be that we have shared the program to, you can stay right there. Continue to watch and listen and be a part of the program, by listening and potentially calling later in the program, but you can stay right there. If you want to interact with us via commenting, I will only see comments if you come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information, that's where I will see your comments. Occasionally, it doesn't happen too much, but occasionally, rarely bordering on occasionally, I will get a person of excellent intention who will kind of bust my chops a little bit that, I commented on your show and I fired back and I disagree with you and I asked a question and you didn't respond to me. Probably true. If you are watching on any of the 95 places we have shared the program, if you're anywhere other than That Other Side of Information, I don't see your comments. I don't see your questions. I don't see your agreements, your disagreements, I just don't see it. It's not the way Facebook is set up. I don't see all the comments from all the places where it is. If you would like to interact with us, and I beg you to interact with us, we love NPR, but we're not here to lecture at you. We would like to hear from you. We would like to exchange, interact with you. Please come to That Other Side of Information and enter in the comments section. And later on in the program, we will open our one and only phone line. To our friends and family and sisters and brothers at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us onto your smart speakers, your laptops, desktops, Bluetooth in the car, phones, however it is that you consume hot101.net. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your day yet again. The 100,000 global listenership throughout Australia, New Zealand, dotted across the African continent and the Western European continent, Central and South America and Canada, and all across the Caribbean. Hot101.net is indeed and properly global, and we are thrilled to be a part of it. And of course, our friends and family, a proud and growing and top shelf, excellent example, a real shining light in our Commonwealth, a minority-owned business, TCP, the Cultured Professional. We are proud to be part of that family as well. We're very, very fortunate here at the Kennedy Effect to be part of so many different Facebook groups, to be part of Hot 101, and to be part of TCP. We appreciate all of you. Again, we will open up our phone line later in the program. You will be able to interact with me, with our guests, and so on and so on. And it's about time that I introduce to you our guest. We are thrilled to have with us, especially as we approach a very, very big day here in Pennsylvania and in many, many states across the country. It really is a Super Tuesday of primary elections. And let me again ask you, beg you, implore you, plead with you, if you have not yet voted by mail, by absentee, if you are in a state or a Commonwealth that has early voting, please, please, please vote. If your vote was so unimportant, if it was so meaningless, an entire political structure would not be trying to take it from you. Because at the end of the day, even though the Supreme Court has unconstitutionally stated that money is equal to speech. When you walk in the voting booth, you have just as many votes as all the richest people in the country. And they don't want you to have that vote. And that's exactly why you need to exercise it. So if you are in any area that is voting this particular Tuesday or any Tuesday, any primary, anytime you get a chance to vote, please, I beg you to do so. If you're here in Pennsylvania, that is Tuesday. If you haven't chosen to use the mail-in route, like I did, I've already turned it in. Please, if you're going to vote in person, or if your only option is at this point to vote in person, please go. Please go and vote. I am begging you to please go vote. With all of that said, let's get to our guest at 512 here. Our guest this week, very thrilled to have him, very thankful to have him, is Andre Carroll. He is a Democratic candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 201st District. Yup, we have a really big legislature here in PA, and from the 201st District. And I did some quick internet searching on it last night. Andre, I'll let you tell us about the district, but it is a Philadelphia district, if I'm not mistaken. So more of an urban district, but I'll let Andre tell us about that. We welcome to the program, Andre D. Carroll. Andre, welcome to the program.
Hello, Jeff. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Andre D. Carroll. I am a Democratic candidate for state representative, as you said, in House District 201, which is located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It encompasses in Philadelphia the neighborhoods Germantown, West Oak Lane, and also half Logan. And yeah, the district is very urban, about 98% blue. It's a very blue district. This is one of the districts in the state where the fight is in the primary, because as we like to say, any blue just won't do. But you know, whoever wins this primary most likely is going to be the state representative of this district. And the district racially breakup is about 90% African American, and the other 10% is mixed. But you know, this is overwhelmingly a Black district and Democratic district, and you know, I'm really excited to be running for the seat. This is a district that I was born and raised in, and I've been in all my life. I went to school in this district, and I now own the house that I was raised in. So, really, really excited about that.
Well, you kind of answered my opening question before I ever got to it. We generally ask every guest that comes to the program, who are you and how did you get here? So I know that you said you were born and raised in the district, but let me ask you for you know, grins and giggles anyway. Who are you and how did you get here?
Yes, great question, Jeff. Yeah, so like I said, I was born and raised here in Germantown. I was raised by a single parent grandmother. My grandmother also was a union member. My grandmother was an LPN during my childhood. And, you know, she worked as an LPN until the day that she got hurt on the job. And then after that, it was her union benefits that kept a roof over our heads. You know, my grandmother raised me on a fixed income. My mother is a product of the war on drugs. Crack hit the Black community really, really hard in the 80s. And my mother has struggled with a substance abuse concern since the 80s. And my father is also a product of mass incarceration. He's been incarcerated about 28 of the 31 years I've been alive. And, you know, I'm a product of the Philadelphia public school district. I've also been an educator, also an advocate for healthcare resources. I've worked with community organizations to be able to connect our seniors to quality healthcare. And I'm a criminal justice advocate. I work with young people right here from our community and across the city to keep them disconnected from the criminal justice system. And some of these young people are the most vulnerable population. These are young people who are being charged as adults. They are half my age being treated as if they were my age. And I take this work really, really seriously. And that is the reason I decided to jump in this race, because I see that these issues are not being talked about. And if they are, it seems like leadership seems to be on the other side of the fence. They're not on the right side of history. So I want to bring these issues to the forefront, bring them to people's front door and ask for their vote.
I want to get to all the issues. I absolutely do. And we will. One of the things I tend to, maybe it's a tad bit even selfish, but one of the things I really enjoy doing when I am fortunate enough to interview candidates like yourself is to kind of figure out the why and the how. So in your district, there is a Democratic incumbent. And if my research is correct, he has been in office for 10 years and is running for re-election. As you mentioned yourself, you're running in a Democratic primary, but you're running against a 10-year incumbent. Why? What has brought you to say that the 10-year representative that you have is not good enough, or has come to your mind that a change needs to be made? I know that you mentioned a couple of the issues that you just mentioned, but at some point in your own personal life, whether you're just sitting home quietly one night, or you're lying in bed and can't sleep, or you're going to work, or whatever it might be, you had to make a decision to challenge him. So why did you decide to challenge him?
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. I'm sorry I had to hop off camera really quick, but I can definitely answer that question. This race for me, and a lot of the people that's supporting this campaign, is about lived experiences. I mentioned, having a father who spent 28 out of the 31 years I've been alive in prison. And my father has been incarcerated for almost 3 decades for a nonviolent crime. So that's something I take really, really personally, right? My grandmother, who raised me as a single parent, I lost her to her battle with liver cancer. In the high school that I graduated from now sits closed. It was closed down 4 years after I graduated, and this high school was slated to be turned into luxury apartments. The zip code that I live in is 19138, which is a zip code, if you look up the data, that people make less than $32,000 in this district. There's no way myself nor a lot of my neighbors can afford luxury apartments. That is a fight that I stood with the community in 2019 to keep my high school from being turned into luxury apartments. And it's those kind of issues that keep a lot of us up at night, right?
Mhm.
And another thing that happens in this country is that a lot of times we allow people to go uncontested. And when someone goes uncontested, they have the opportunity to do exactly what they may, because there's no opposition and there's not another option. In this district, there hasn't been a challenger since 2014. A lot of things have changed since 2014. I think that this community deserves another option. I think that this community have seen a lot of things happen. They have experienced a lot of things. And one of the frequent things that I hear when I was knocking doors, even prior to this campaign, I volunteer on a lot of campaigns. And one of my commitments is, if I volunteer for a campaign that's citywide or statewide, is that I will only knock doors in my community. Because, I think a lot of the issues that we speak about is geographically relatable to a lot of us, right? Like what happens right here in this community may not be happening what's happening in Allegheny County or another county across the state. So I think that, a lot of us have a similar experience here. But one of the things I will say also, the gentleman that I'm running against is a person who has supported mandatory minimums. He's also, voted with E-Verify and, make and allowing our, undocumented folks to be targeted in a very vulnerable way. And also, he has supported bills that would not allow some of our most vulnerable folks in prison, which is our elderly inmates, right? And these are people that statistics and data says that has a 1% return rate back to prison. And if a person is 1% likely to be returned back to prison, that means more than likely if a person's an elder, they're not going to return back to prison. And he presented a bill and that would not allow them to be released on compassionate release. These are things that I think that are, just not productive. And it harms people that look like me, that come from the community that I come from. And one of the duties as a state rep is to be the voice of this community. And if this community is not saying that, and you're saying something totally different, then I think the people of this community deserve another option.
The current representative obviously comes from this district, comes from your neighborhood. Why do you suppose, without trying to make you be junior psychologist, I'm certainly not trying to do that. Why do you think there is this disconnect? Why would a gentleman from your district who has lived, or I shouldn't even say really that he's lived your experiences, or at least He certainly had a much more similar life to yours than I have. Why do you suppose there's that disconnect? Why would a representative from a district of color, a representative of color himself, be what seems to be a partner in this criminal injustice system, this for-profit prison system? Why would someone do that?
Well, there's two reasons that I would assume that this is happening, right? I think that there's a generational divide. I'm 31 years old and my opponent is twice my age. I think that a lot of the issues that we're having conversations about that involves young people oftentimes are not included in these conversations. I've been working in government for about 10 years now, right? Including like my volunteer experience. And a lot of the rooms that I enter, they're having conversations about young people, but I'm normally the youngest person in the room, and there's not oftentimes people that are around my age in the room with us. I think that it's time that we include the people that we're speaking of, right? I think, and then the other thing for me is that you speak about a person who has came from this community, but this is also a person that no longer lives there, right? Like this is a person that we know for a fact has relocated, and for whatever reason, is using an address that's inside of the district, which is, something that he's gotten away with, which is, out of our control. But the thing is, we can tell by the conversation that one has. If a person does not live in a particular community, they can only rely on media resources to be able to communicate the issues that they think are happening in that community. And, gun violence is the number one issue here in Philadelphia. And, that is an issue that he is willing to have conversations about. No real solutions, but willing to have the conversation. And, there's other issues throughout this pandemic that has become a really, really a big concern of this community that we haven't seen him champion. During the pandemic, trash collection was the number one concern. People trash was not being picked up on time. And when trash is not picked up on the day that you put it out, and it's picked up almost a week later, oftentimes the litter is fills the street now, right? Now the community looks a lot more dirtier than what it looks before, right? Another thing is we've seen an uptick in pets being dropped off at local animal shelters in this community. And when I was reading this data and I was reading the reports, one thing it signaled to me, because I'm a pet owner, I have, 3 little dogs. It signaled to me that if a person is willing to give up their pet, they're probably trying to eliminate one of the mouths in the household that they have to feed because they're probably experiencing some kind of food insecurity. And that prompted me to do, food banks and mutual aid support throughout the district for everyone, right? And, that was how I got a chance to have so many great conversations with people and learn about some of the other issues that people were having. And I think that, if leadership that we currently have was doing that, we would be in a much better place. We've been running this campaign. We announced on February 11th, and now we're 2 days away from Election Day. And the energy in this district, I've never seen this energy. I haven't seen this energy probably since, in my particular neighborhood, since Barack Obama ran in 2008. And I'm like, we can bring this energy back to Germantown. We just need a representative that really deeply cares about this community, that's from this community and willing to do the work.
You just sang a tune that is near and dear to me. And I don't want to take too much time from it because I would take a whole program of it, to be honest with you. And maybe, after this, we get past this election season and there's a little bit of dead time in the summer, you can revisit us and we could talk about it. But I just made a plea last week or 2 weeks ago, our last live program, because we took last week off. But I always think that every candidate has not a hidden issue, but an issue that is not on most people's radar, like one that is kind of way down the list that's important to that particular candidate, but it's not, if you gave people even 10 chances, it's probably not one that they would talk about. And I made a rather lengthy plea on our last live about animal advocacy. One of the ways that you judge a society is how it protects those who cannot protect themselves. And animals cannot. And you certainly don't have to go to Center City, Philadelphia, or the Northeast, or by the airport, or any of the sections of Philadelphia to see more stray and homeless and sometimes just abused souls than you ever would want to see. All of the furry family members that I have been blessed with have been rescued from the streets, literally straight off the street. And one of the things that I think would solve this, or help to solve this, would be to grant these souls a status, something along the lines of children. Like, clearly they are not full-fledged adult human beings, but certainly we can do better than property. I thought we sorted out the ownership of living sentient beings as property. I thought we sorted that out in the late 1860s. What are your thoughts?
You know, I am, as we currently saying, I am not a biological father, right? My little brother is 13 years old. He's here with me now. And, he was born my senior year in high school. Because of, the challenges with my mother, and also with his father, I've taken on the responsibility to be a parental guardian in his life. And, I looked after my brother, all of his life. And, because I don't have my own children, I've also, guiding dogs because, they're definitely my best friend. But they're oftentimes called men best friend, right? And I think that what you're saying is very true. I think we can rightfully so judge a nation based off how they treat the most vulnerable population that currently resides there, right? And it's very true. I take animal rights very, very seriously. But as you said, Jeff, that's not an issue that oftentimes gets lifted up. And I think for a few reasons, right? And another one of the reasons being that there's so many other things happening around us, and there's other population that actually can speak for there. So that's why those issues are going to, get lifted up a little higher than animal rights. But that is definitely something that I take, right personal. I've seen animal violence happen right here on my own block. Recently, I've seen a pit bull attack a cat that was unhoused, right? And it's just things like that. I'm just like, there has to be accountability around that because animals, they deserve better. Even if at worst, when an animal is unhoused, we still have to find a way to be able to protect them and not make them targets of very vicious attacks like that. So I definitely agree with you in that. And I think that, I think with time, one of my jobs when I hopefully, went on Tuesday, that's the goal. I can be able to caucus with people across the state that, that cares about these issues. And sometimes it just takes someone in the room to speak up and say, hey, like, this is an issue that I think that hasn't received enough attention. And this is something I definitely would love to work on. And you'll be surprised, who in the room be like, hey, I was thinking the same thing, and I think that's something that, throughout my tenure, hopefully in Harrisburg, it's something that we can get to and we can, work on some kind of legislation across the state that will help better protect, like you said, some of the most vulnerable population as it pertains to our animals.
I think the stream of consciousness that can come from that kind of issue can only be a good thing. Because when we talk about constituencies that cannot, speaking up for those that cannot speak up for themselves, even to an extent, even a stray dog can speak up for itself to a point. It can defend itself to a point. But we're talking not just even about that. When we find the compassion and the understanding for those, again, if it's unhoused animals of all types, because let's remember too, this is a very rural state in places. Horses, mules, cows, sheep, goats, etc., that are not any better taken care of than some of the dogs and cats that you and I see in town centers and in more urban areas. It seems to me that it's the kind of thing that could roll downhill, so to speak, that if we can take care of, if we can find it in our hearts and in our pocketbooks, our wallets, our bank accounts, whatever, insert proper term here, in our budget, let's say, because again, a budget is a statement of priorities. It's a statement of what means something to you, what is right and what is not. If we can do it for the unhoused or the ill taken care of animals around our Commonwealth, and let's remember, we're talking about sentient beings. They feel, they hurt, they love, they care, they're happy, they're sad, they feel pain, they bleed, they eat, they breathe, same as you and I. What other constituencies can we find ourselves taking a look at and saying we don't do enough here either? Seniors, children, especially in an educational standpoint, or if it's increasing the number of hours that a senior in a senior care facility has to see a nurse each day. What other things can we raise ourselves up to address? An issue of stray and unhoused animals across our Commonwealth, and or just ill taken care of animals across our Commonwealth, because I know there's some farm animals and if you'll forgive the phrase, beasts of burden around the Commonwealth that are very, very poorly taken care of. If we can find it in our hearts to fix that, imagine what other things we can fix, is I guess my larger point that I'm rambling on about for some reason. Poor Andre's listening to me just ramble and ramble and ramble. But that does bring us to 5:33, reset of the program. We're at the bottom of our first hour, and this is the Kennedy Effect Live for the 15th of May, 2022. We are very, very happy to be back with you after a week off. We will be with you, actually, honestly, for, 2022 has been very, very strange, as I have mentioned to you many times about our calendar of being with you. We've been on a week, off a week, on a week, off a week, on for two, off one. It's been a very, very broken up year. Part of it, my own fault. There's been health issues. There's been, work has gotten in the way and so on. So we are going to be with you this week. I'm just looking at my calendar to make sure I get this correct. We will be with you on the 22nd. And then we're out again. It's Memorial Day. So we're glad that you're with us tonight. We'll keep you up to date on what we've been doing and what we're going to be doing. Let me be the first to tell you that we will be joining you again on Wednesday night with a wrap up, so to speak, a post-game, post-match, if you will. I say match because I like real football. Post-match wrap up. See, Andre got that. I love it. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows. He knows. Even though we're on hard times, Andre, still the best club on the planet. A post-match, if you will, on Wednesday evening from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Looking over all the primary results. What are the takeaways? What are the initial hot takes from it? What can we figure out? What the matchups? It makes it sound like a sporting event. I don't really mean to do that, but what the contrasting styles and contrasting candidates and nominees, because we'll all have nominees by that point, for the fall general election. We will be with you again on Wednesday evening from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. 7 to 9, just like we were 2 weeks ago for the special episode following the leaked Supreme Court decision. We will be with you this coming Wednesday. That's the 18th, he meant to say, as he stumbled all over his face. That will be the 18th. We will be with you for a wrap up of the primary. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, that other side of information is the home group Facebook page for this program. You can stay right where you are, enjoy. If you're having dinner, getting kids ready for school, enjoying the nice weather, whatever it might be, please feel free to stay there. We are deeply, deeply appreciative and grateful to every group and every individual that shares this program and every single one of you that watches and consumes it and takes it in. We appreciate it. That said, if you want to communicate with us, interact with us, I'm getting an itch, so I'm going to get in a fight. That's what it sounds like. Nobody ever heard that old wives' tale when you get an itchy nose? You're gonna kiss a fool, get in a fight. Nobody ever heard that one? Come on, that's an old one. Come on over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and we'll see you here. I will welcome you, say hello to you. You can ask questions, argue with me, agree with me, disagree, whatever it might be. We want to hear from you, and we will open the phone line later in the program, but we're giving Andre his time first. Hot101.net, our name is our web address, hot101.net, and our listeners around the globe. We are proud to be part of the hot101.net family. You can go to the Apple App Store and get the hot101.net app for your Apple device, the Google Play Store for an Android device, and if you have any other type of device like a Google Pixel or an LG phone or anything like that, the Tune In Radio app, you can find us there. Go to the search bar and type in hot101.net and America's new favorite game show. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And one of these weeks, I will trigger somebody's Alexa, and I will be very, very proud of myself, like a silly, goofy little child. I will be very happy with myself when I trigger somebody's Alexa. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional out of Lancaster, PA. WTCP is their internet, global internet radio outlet as well, TCP, and the Roku channel for TCP as well. So phone line will open up later in the program. We're with Andre Carroll right now. Additional candidates joining us later in the program. I've been hearing from them all week. I actually don't even know who and how many, but it will be a little later in the program, probably after the 6:30 mark, somewhere around the 7 p.m. mark. Additional candidates checking in as we're on the practically the eve of the Pennsylvania primary. So Andre, so much of what you have talked about has been surrounding criminal justice and criminal justice reform. Let me ask you what I think is an extremely obvious question. It would seem to me that there are two main answers to it, but I would like to know what you think. Why do we have the criminal justice issue and problem that we have?
Jeff, that's very, very.
Let me give you an easy one. Let me give you a real easy question. It seems to me that it comes down to race and profit. Mm-hmm. Am I wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? Is that what your work tells you? Well, is that what tell me what you think. What do you think this, what is the genesis of this problem?
Well, I think that my opinion definitely would lean the way that what you're saying to be true, to actually be true. But I think more importantly, the data and statistics around this says that what you're saying is true, right? Our opinions are, everyone has those, but when data and numbers are saying this, I don't think we can get away from that. Here in Pennsylvania, we spend about $42,000 per inmate, but we spend roughly around $18,000 per student. That right there signals something to young people that they're much more valuable if they're sitting inside of a jail cell than they are if they're sitting inside of a classroom. A lot of us will say that the system is broken, but the reality is that the system has been designed a certain way and it works exactly the way that it has been designed, right? Before we ever got to prisons, there was something that was called slavery, right? And, that is how they held human capital, right? And then when they, fortunately freed the slaves, we moved on to being able to incarcerate people for something as simple as trespassing, for people who were unhoused. If you're no longer enslaving someone and you allow them to become one day free and they do not have the economic stability to be able to buy a house or rent a house or find somewhere to house yourself, they're going to be in public view. And now you're going to incarcerate them for something as simple as trespassing. And this has been a history of a mass incarceration in this country for decades and even centuries, right? So, it definitely has been a system that has been designed to disproportionately attack and go after a certain demographic of folks. And unfortunately to say that this system has been successful in that. And it's going to take people.
Where does the profit motive come into this? And please forgive me if it makes it sound like I'm trying to make you give me an answer I want to hear. It's not, it truly is not that, but there is a profit motive here because many of the prisons in the Commonwealth are privately run. They might be quote unquote owned by the government itself, but they are run, subcontracted, either from soup to nuts, or at least some type of component within each prison is privately run. It's for profit. Same way so many of the charter schools are for profit, not technically on the books, but again, $18,000 a student. I get $18,000 for you to come to my private charter, but I only spend 10 out of that 18. So the other 8 I stick in my pocket. So that $42,000, and thank you for saying it, because I bet you most folks did not realize the disparity was that bad. That's profit to me. The fact that first off, the fact that, actually, you know what? Let me just ask you. Maybe that'll be easier. What does it say to you? I hope you're sitting down.
I am.
But you are a 31-year-old man of color. In case you did not know that, let me just say that out loud. What does it say to you? Not even just Andre Carroll, the candidate, but Andre Carroll, the 31-year-old Black male, that the state that I live in, the Commonwealth that I live in, because we're not a state, we're a Commonwealth, is willing to spend this to educate me, but they're more than happy to spend this to jail me. What does that say to you?
I mean, there's definitely a lack of value, as we should say, in Black lives, and this is a conversation I know that we just was openly having just 2 years ago, right? But that conversation has subsided again. But being a Black man in America has been a very unique experience, and I mean, I speak from a very biased way because there's no other experience I can take, because I was born Black and I'm going to be Black until the day that I die. But it's definitely unfortunate, and what it comes down to, it has charged me to be able to look at the system and how we get to that point. It's made me look deeply into education, right? Into about how they use our schools to be able to build the number of prisons that they project they will need to be able to fill, right? And then, when you build something and you're making profit of it, it becomes a business, right? And that's what prisons has become, because if we have these prisons and they're not filled up to capacity, and this is a way that we create jobs in a particular county or particular city, we're going to have to fill these prisons up. And how do we fill prisons up? We have to incarcerate someone. So now we have to design a system to be able to fill up this building. In order to fill up this building, I have to put humans there. So now I have to get these humans from somewhere. And that's how we get these discriminatory laws that disproportionately affect Black and brown people. Because, we're the ones who are more likely the ones that's economically not stable, right? Or geographically unplaced or displaced, I should say. I'm sorry. And we're when a person does not have economic stability, it's much easy to do with them as you may. The same way we talked about on how
throwaway people.
Exactly. And
disposable human beings.
They can put them exactly where they want them to be, and most time, 9 times out of 10, is inside of a prison, because that's where they can make the money off of them.
Why do you suppose the sitting rep? Look, I've consulted on scores of campaigns, not just here in PA, but in Jersey, in New York. And I don't claim to be, the preeminent political analyst or consultant in the country by any means, but I've been blessed enough to been asked my opinion for races around all around the country. And one of the kind of cardinal rules, I guess, if you will, is generally you don't talk too much about your opponent. You're kind of in a unique position that the gentleman that you're running in this primary against is the incumbent, and he's been there a hot minute. I mean, he's been there a while. and he happens to look like you. So why do you suppose that he has kind of bought into this system? I'm not here to claim he's been bought by the system, but has kind of bought into it in supporting some of the measures that you've talked about as far as sentencing rules and so on. I know I did just ask you this in the first half hour, but if there's any way that you could expand upon it, where do you think that disconnect is coming from? Is it being sheltered in Harrisburg for 10 years, or is it trying to, might it even possibly be this is how we keep our streets safe, even though there's not always very good evidence of that? Where do you suppose that disconnect comes from? Because one of the interesting things that I have found in the very fortunate conversations that I've been able to be included on, because look, I don't look like you. I mean, let's just be blunt. I don't. I did not grow up the way you did. And I will never, 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 never have the experiences you have had. I just won't. If I get pulled over for a speeding ticket, I'm not afraid. I don't fear for my life. I don't. One of the most, it makes it sound like I'm really patting myself on the back here, but one of the most profound things I think I ever said was to an event with the Bethlehem NAACP is I didn't grow up like you, Andre, but I know injustice when I see it. It's kind of like when way back when the Supreme Court gave a definition of pornography, they couldn't say it. They couldn't put the justice, and I'm always forgetting which justice it was. Couldn't exactly describe it, but he said, you know it when you see it.
You're right.
And you know injustice when you see it. I assume the incumbent can see injustice, or can he? Why isn't he seeing it? Why is he not seeing what you see?
I think, I said something earlier about the lived experience, right? Like the reality is I did not have a father in my household when I was a child because he was incarcerated for a nonviolent crime. And that is the experience that I'm never going to forget. I'm never going to forget that my father couldn't teach me how to play basketball, that my father didn't take me to sporting events as a kid, that my father couldn't teach me how to brush my hair or cut my hair or do a lot of the things that we see fathers be able to do with their young boys, right? And that's something that's going to forever live with me, right? And there's not a dollar, there's not an organization, there's not an entity in this world that can do anything for me to the point where I would allow that experience to be another person who looks like me, who comes from this community, to have that experience. You also spoke about when you're placed in a place like Harrisburg or DC, and you have to leave your community for work because that's what the job calls for, right? There can be a sense of detachment that happens, right? Also, follow the money. Campaign finance reports tell you a lot about the decision making of a politician, right? Being a career politician, a lot of times they get caught up in the agendas of those who give them the money. I am happy to say that this campaign right here has raised over $95,000, and we have not received money from any corporate PACs, right? We have not received money from no dark money in this campaign. All of our money has come from individual contributions. It has come from everyday people who go to work like you and I. And those are the folks that I want to be able to answer to. Those are the calls that I want to take. It's not someone who's sitting somewhere in a corporate office who has a corporate agenda, who, because he gave me $10,000, can call my phone and ask me to do something for him or her. I just do not want that experience once I am elected to office. A lot of times,
let me ask you about this then. Right along what you're talking about, or at least I hope is drawing a line through what you're talking about. If I'm doing my job, I'm drawing a line through what you're talking about. Why then the decision? Because I want to know you. I'd like the audience to know you, not just candidate, but know you, not just Andre D. Carroll, but to know Andre. At what point, I think I may have kind of asked you about this sooner, but from what you're just talking about, that disconnect, the campaign cash, the difference between incumbency and a challenger, at what point was there one particular incident? Was there one particular news report, report of a shooting? Was it a one particular person that maybe you mentored or educated that ended up in this prison pipeline? Or were you just lying awake at night and said, how do I make all of this better with all of the work that I'm already doing? Well, I have to run for office. When did that next step come to you to say, even with everything that I'm doing and everything that I'm accomplishing, because you are, I have to take this extra step and to wake up, look in the mirror, and that means challenging a 10-year incumbent and can you take us through that kind of thought process? Or was it one singular event, or was it a culmination of things that this is what I need to do, this is the right thing to do?
Yeah, I think there was definitely a series of events, I would say, to answer that question, Jeff. And, like I said, I've worked in government for 10 years. I worked in legislative offices. I've worked in the Philadelphia City Controller's Office, which is the financial watchdog of the city. I've also worked for the Pennsylvania State Senate, and I work for community organizations, right? I've had an opportunity while
So
working
the challenges of taking on an incumbent like that.
Absolutely. I've worked in
you
the
knew
offices.
exactly what you were getting into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Very, very well prepared. I was inside of the Philadelphia City Controller's office where there was a challenge happening, and the boss that I had at the time got defeated, and I ended up working for the woman of Rebecca Reinhardt who had beat him, right? So I've been around for that experience, but I also have been on campaigns where I've knocked doors in this community, and when you knock doors in the community, a lot of times you hear certain names over and over again. And, there's certain representatives in this district that I've heard very positive things about, and I heard their names over and over again. And then there's my opponent who I didn't hear the name sometimes. And then other times I would hear the name and it would be a very polarizing, it would be a very like disdain for this individual, or it would, be someone who'd be like, oh, I've known them because I went to school with them. But I didn't get a sense that there was still a connection between this individual and the community still. And, a lot of times, you may think one thing inside your own household, but you got to get confirmation from your neighbors. They'd be like, maybe I just feel this way. I've been inside this district his entire tenure, right? But I think the thing for me that became visibly clear that someone had to step up and do something was last summer, there was a bill, HB 1587, and it was a mandatory minimums bill. And there was a series of state reps that co-sponsored this bill. But the thing was, the rep that represents this district was the most senior member on the bill. And I'm like, you've been here for a decade. You should know better than anybody that has co-sponsored this bill the right thing to do. And it's not to sign on to help get this bill out of committee and get it onto the floor and to get it voted on. There was other community organizations that I had great relationships with, or I have great relationships with, that called and tried to get them removed from the bill. And it took a while to get these people off the bill. And, eventually the bill was killed. The Democratic representative that was on the bill, they eventually came off, and it drained the bill, and the bill didn't have the support anymore, and the bill just died. The rep ended up pulling the bill. But the thing is, it should have never even been a conversation. That was a conversation that was happening on taxpayer dollars that was taking up space that we could have been spending those few weeks on something else. And far too often, government has spent taxpayer dollars on pointless conversations or on pointless things that do not benefit people. The amount of time that is spent to have these meetings about this bill and to get this bill set up for what they thought would be success, that energy and time could have been spent right here in this district, making sure that our elderly population have access to rent and homeowner tax rebates, right? To make sure that people in this district was receiving their PUA. We were still in the middle of a pandemic, and still is at the time that this conversation was happening. Food pantries could have been existing, mutual aid support could have been existing throughout this district, but that's not what was happening. And that is the reason why I want to run for office, because, or the reason why I am running for office, is to make sure that resources and time is not being poorly spent.
Is there any way, it's a rough question to do this so close to the top of the hour when I usually reset again, but is there any way to properly explain the connection between education and the investment in education, or the lack of investment in education, especially in communities of color? This fake thought that we seem to have that we have fair funding in this Commonwealth, which we do not, and that prison pipeline. It seems to me that when you overly, I'm sure it seems the same way to you, really. I don't think I'm breaking bread here, but I'm not having a massively new thought here, but when you overspend on prisons and underspend on education, the only thing you guarantee yourselves is that you will continue to overspend on prisons. If that number was reversed, it was 42,000 a student and 18,000 for prisons, we probably wouldn't need the prisons, or at least not in the same, to the same degree. I don't think most people, most residents of the Commonwealth, regardless whether they are white, black, or purple, would say that if someone commits a crime, they should pay for that. But it's what we consider a crime to be, and what we and the depths of having a couple of flakes of marijuana in your pocket is not a decade's worth crime. I think we all know that. Violent crime should be punished. We agree with that. I think everybody would agree with that. Is there any way for you to really explain to the audience, from your point of view, considering that you've been in education and politics and criminal justice reform, that correlation between education and the prison pipeline?
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. So, I went to school, my degree is in business administration. I went to school for also economics, right? And one thing I think we all understand is our ROI, a return on investment, right? And it's very clear, what you invest in is what you will see a return on. If we invest into prisons, we're going to see the return in prisons by an increase in inmates. If we invest into education, we will see a higher amount of scholars, right? But there's also a direct correlation. If you look at the cities in the areas where there has been a disinvestment in education, you've seen higher poverty levels, you've seen higher levels of crime, you've seen poor air qualities in those particular areas. And where this exists is where we see mostly poor folks, right? And if we just talk about Chester, Pennsylvania, right, that has some of the poorest air quality in the country, right? But this is also a city where, I've talked to people from Chester who's like, people just don't make it out of here. There's a sense of hopelessness there, right? That community has been devastated, right? And, is a direct correlation to the resources that have been given to them and intentionally been dispersed in that area. If you don't invest into an area, it will continue to, not prosper. It's just the reality. Grass only grow where you plant it. If we don't plant, you don't plant grass in that area, you can't expect to see a grassy area. So that's what it essentially is. It's very simple. We have to invest where we want to see things get better. If we don't invest there, it won't happen. Things just don't magically happen overnight. A lot of the disinvestment and a lot of the devastation that we see has been by design. Like, there's no way that someone just wakes up tomorrow and just owns a Fortune 500 company. There's are things that have to happen intentionally for this person to get to that point. And that's the same thing with every single thing in this world.
Like a broadcast professional, this young man took us right to 6 o'clock. It's time to reset the program again. We will enter our second hour, the Kennedy Effect. I am Jeff Kennedy, is with you live for the 15th of May, 2022, halfway through May. And it does seem that summer has broken out here in the Lehigh Valley. It was very, very humid, very warm. The sun was out. It really, really felt like summer here in the Lehigh Valley. We're expecting some very severe thunderstorms tomorrow, which just shows you that the climate and the atmosphere have changed. If you get 1 to 2 days of humidity, the atmosphere has to let that go. And they seem to do it. It seems to happen always in violent thunderstorms now instead of steady rains like it used to perhaps when we were all a bit younger. But 6:01 Eastern time, wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, stay there and enjoy. To every single group, page, person that has welcomed us onto their timelines, that allows us to share the program there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do it without you. We could not be here if you are not there. If you would like to come on over and interact with us, please do so. Our home group Facebook page is That Other Side of Information. You will see the program right on the timeline. We all know what a Facebook timeline looks like. If you tap on that, it will expand into the screen, and then you can comment. You can ask questions. You can agree with me, disagree with me, whatever it is that you might want to share. We will take it in there. If you have questions for our guest, I will ask them. There is a question waiting, and I will talk to it. I will speak to that in just a moment. Hot101.net, our web address is our name. It's hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the Tune In radio app for all other types of devices. And you can now tell Alexa to play hot101.net to our listeners all around the globe. Thank you as well for being part of our program and for taking us in. I often say, I do happen to believe that it's true, even though my program is very Pennsylvania centric because I happen to live here. The issues, the policies, the what we talk about here is happening in your neck of the woods. I have no doubt about that. Wherever you might be around the globe. Maybe it's not prison reform for you in New Zealand, but it certainly is about environment. Maybe it's not about education in South America, but it might be about investments in healthcare. So whatever we talk about here, it's affecting you as well. And we appreciate you being here. There's always something. I watch, I'm a ravenous consumer of Prime Minister's Questions out of the UK, and I learn something every week from it because it's interesting to see how different other nations are really wrestling with a lot of the same issues that we're wrestling with here in the United States. So we welcome you, and we are glad that you are here as well. And of course, TCP, the cultured professional from Lancaster, a proud and thriving minority-owned business that deserves your support. The morning show will return tomorrow morning, I am pretty certain. Usually Monday through Thursday. And I think they just took a vacation not too long ago, so they should be back here tomorrow. You can always find the morning show on our page, on our group page, That Other Side of Information. Our guest is Andre Carroll, running for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 201st District. It's always interesting when you hear 205. That's a lot. Or 201, 201st. Anything over 200 seems crazy. But Pennsylvania does have the largest, I believe it's the largest, I think it's the largest legislature in the country, and among the highest paid. And so anyway, let me ask you a question that was put in the chat by Gary. Andre, I do not know if it is something you were familiar with. We hosted Tony on the program a few weeks back to talk about an event that was happening online called the Fix Harrisburg Project. And Fix Harrisburg was a coordinated event and subsequent continuing effort, partnership between Fair Districts PA and my humble group, Our Revolution Pennsylvania, where it addresses how the procedural rules of the House and Senate are structured in such a way as to prevent nearly anything from happening unless you are among the 6 people in leadership in either house. What are your thoughts about, if you're not familiar with Fix Harrisburg directly, having been and having worked in the Senate, could you talk to us about the structure of Harrisburg and how it has been, how that structure has been solidified, has been built, has been arranged to prevent pretty much anything from happening unless one of those 6 folks agree?
Yeah, I mean, I am familiar with the Harrisburg project, and I have a really great relationship with Fair Districts BA, and their mission is just making sure that this Pennsylvania legislative body is comprised. These districts are comprised equally, and there's representation for all in every district. And the maps that we received this year are a lot better than the maps that we had the last decade, right? And the thing that I will say about that is that the leadership of the House is determined by the rest of the body, right? Like when hopefully I am elected on Tuesday, I will have an opportunity next year to vote for minority leader and also House leader. And depending if the Democrats have a majority, if we don't have a majority, that will dictate also how what leadership I'm able to vote for, right? I think that it's a conversation that we also need to uplift about not only just the laws that our representatives are voting for, but it's also the leaders that they are voting for also, right? But the thing about these process for me that's most concerning is that they're not transparent. When these votes happen, most folks are not knowledgeable or aware that these things are happening, right? Like most people are not aware that even when it comes to committee people right here in Philadelphia, right? We have committee people that's also going to be on the ballot on Tuesday, but the week after this election, which is next week, they're also going to vote for who the ward leader is. And the ward leader is one of the committee people that live in your neighborhood, right? And it's these kind of process that needs to be more transparent. We need more transparency in government, and that's on all levels, even from the committee people all the way up to some of the bills that we vote on, right? So that's my approach, or that's my suggestion for how we fix a lot of these things about that things that are happening in the back door or behind closed doors, is that if they were done with transparency, people would have a less concern, and also people will be more aware of exactly how we should approach these things. I can't speak from the other side of the wall because I'm not elected yet, so I don't know exactly how that process unfolds. I only know by the research that I've done and by talking to people and the things that they've said. But the thing going into the seat, hopefully Tuesday I'm elected, is that I want to make sure that I am the change that I want to see. I want to make sure that I bring back the information to my district, and these kind of questions, when they come up, I'm able to give them a very clear explanation as to how we got here, what needs to be done, and exactly what my intentions or my options are.
One of the keys to the Fix Harrisburg proposals is that bills will get a vote. They will get a vote in committee, they'll get a discussion, they'll get a vote on the floor. I think that most people seem to think that that's already happening, but it really isn't, is it?
It's not. It's not happening. And not only is it not happening in Harrisburg, it's also not happening in DC. We see that the majority, whoever the majority party is, has to say about what bills, or even before we get to the majority party, it's also about the chairperson. The chairperson has the decision, the final decision, if this bill comes out of committee to even get a vote on the floor, right? Or come up for consideration. And that's something that we also, I think that we need to address, right? If we have a committee of 7 people, why isn't the rule that if 4 out of the 7 people say that we should vote on this, that we vote on this? That's what democracy is. Democracy is when the majority of people agree on something. That is what we do. Not that we will like every single decision we will not like every single representative, governor, president, but the thing about democracy is that everyone's voice is heard. So, I think that's something that we definitely should address, and we should have a conversation about how do we change these rules. But the biggest thing for me is you can't expect a group of people who have been benefiting from a system and a set of rules to change rules that no longer will benefit them. That will never happen, right? So it's like, or I'm not going to say, maybe I shouldn't say never, or say, how do we convince these folks to do that, is what I should say.
It's been my impression, and I'm not here to tell you that I'm right about it. It's my impression. Some folks have agreed with me. Some folks have disagreed with me. I'd like to know, and they're welcome to do so. But I'd like your opinion. I have been told, and it is my impression, that there are really three parties in Harrisburg. Republicans, because they just vote, they just vote like robots. They all fall in line. Whatever they're told to do, they do. And there's actually a sizable number of them who are literally escorted into the chamber, told to push a button, and then they walk out. Especially some of the older ones. There are a group of Democrats who are happy to be there. They don't want to tick anybody off. They don't want to do anything particularly controversial because they just want to make sure they get reelected. And then there's a group of progressive Democrats, New Deal Democrats, if you will, Kennedy Democrats, if you will, who are actually trying to legislate. Is that your impression of Harrisburg, or do you think I'm wrong?
From what I can see, from the work that I've been able to see get done, and especially when I was in my time in the Pennsylvania State Senate, I think that there are actually two versions of both parties. I think that there's people in both parties who actually want to serve people, and there's people on both sides of the party who have been complacent or will get in line with a particular agenda. I think that is the case. I think that both parties have some work to do. And that is the reason, that I'm running to be a better Democrat, right? I am a lifelong Democrat, and I'm running against another Democrat. And it's not because I think that the Democrat Party isn't great. I think that we just have some work to do to become a better party. And I think that the Republicans are in a very similar position. We see even on a national level, right? We see Democrats holding up our current president's agenda. Right now, there is no reason why the Democrats in Washington, D.C. should not be able to get the agenda of our current president passed. But there's a handful of Democrats who have been voting with the other side of the aisle, who is intentionally trying to derail this president's plan, right? And we have the same thing right here in Pennsylvania. Democrats have not controlled the House nor the Senate here in Pennsylvania in over a decade. And the only saving grace that we've had to make sure that reproductive rights are protected, that gay marriage or that there's protections around LGBTQIA folks, or that that criminal justice reform was even possible in 2017, 2018, is if we keep a Democratic governor, right? Because if we were to get a Republican governor this year, there's a lot of fear that a lot of these issues that benefit a lot of our communities will disappear. So I think that both parties have some work to do, and I wanted to say that there's four parties in Harrisburg. It's not just two.
Does the current Republican frontrunner for governor scare you in any way? And I don't mean fear as in cower in the corner kind of fear. Maybe concern is a better word. I'm not sure the right word is coming to me at the moment, but does the current Republican frontrunner for governor give you pause? Does it concern you at all?
Well, I wouldn't use the word that I'm afraid, or that anything. I don't like to use fear mongering to be able to win elections. I'm a part of a coalition here in Philadelphia that has endorsed, hopefully, our next governor, Josh Shapiro, and our next lieutenant governor, Austin Davis. And I just think that they are the candidates that we need to be able to move this Commonwealth forward. That's what I truly believe in my heart. And after Tuesday, and I win this election here in the 201, my job for the rest of the year is, as a Democrat, is to make sure that Democrats are elected up and down the ballot throughout the state. We have seen Democrats lose very close races in this Commonwealth. Just last year, we ran four Democratic judges and only one of them won. Right, Laura Dumas was the only judge that ran that won. That was a judge candidate. Right, we lost the other Commonwealth, the Superior Court, and also the state Supreme Court. Right, and Tamika Lane, who was running for Superior Court, was close. Could have very, very well won that seat. And that is another reason that I'm running for office, to just make sure that we do not continue to lose these very, very close races, so that we can move democracy forward. Right now, there is not a fair level of democracy happening in the state of Pennsylvania. So I'm not a person that runs a fear mongering campaign, and I don't like to participate in those. Right, although I think that my opponent is giving pause or concern to this district, that's not what I talk about when I knock the doors in this district and in my community. When I knock on these doors and I'm having conversations with my community members, I talk about what I would like to do. What is the things that I deeply think that this community cares about, and what is the possibilities for Germantown and the possibilities for Pennsylvania. That is the things that I talk about. If we spent more time talking about us and what we actually stood for, the things that we actually would like to do, I think people will be more interested. Just pointing your hand across the aisle, or just at another person, just say, well, this person isn't doing this or this person isn't doing that. That does not make you or I any better or better off in the long run. So it's, for me, it's not about any other candidate in that race. Is about making sure that Josh Shapiro becomes the next governor of Pennsylvania.
Philadelphia is used as a scapegoat a lot. The former president used Philadelphia as quite the punching bag. The city was emblematic of everything that was wrong with this country and all of his veiled racist rhetoric. Why is Philadelphia the punching bag? Why is Philadelphia the target for so much ire and anger and resentment inside Pennsylvania?
Well, the thing that I like to say is that people only attack the threats, right? Philadelphia has the highest number of registered voters in any singular municipality across the state, right? People understand that if Philly turns out, and whatever candidate they turn out for is a high possibility that that candidate will win statewide, right? And a lot of these tax are to suppress our vote, right? There's also, if we've seen a lot of statewide candidates that come from Philadelphia, a lot of times are not successful. There is a very disgruntled feel when it comes to Philadelphia. And, that is something that we need to work on, right? Because there is great folks in Philadelphia, right? There's great communities here, and Philadelphia has a lot to offer. Philadelphia brings in a lot of revenue for the state. And that's one of the things that disheartens me, is that Philadelphia, out of all the revenue that we bring in for the state, we only see 33% of that revenue back. And that's concerning. If we only getting one out of every $3 that we bring into the state back actually into our city. So I mean, I don't understand what exactly is the animosity with Philadelphia, but I'll deal with whatever comes my way when I get to Harrisburg.
Do you believe that there is a race component as to why Philadelphia is the punching bag for the rest of the state, or at least the perceived one, that the city is used, the city's very existence, the very breakdown of its population is used as a wedge issue when candidates from the party opposite are campaigning in rural areas, that you don't want Philadelphia deciding what's happening, for you in your area. Is there a racial component to that in your estimation?
Well, I would my analysis of that would say yes, to answer your question, because not only does it happen in Philadelphia, but also happens in Allegheny County. And Allegheny County is also a very populated county of Black and brown folks, right? And though the Philadelphia and Allegheny County have very large populations of black and brown folks in these counties. And I would love to say, that wasn't the case, but it definitely is a part of the reason why, people do not want these two particular counties having as much control as they do.
Why do you suppose then that only, unfortunately, skin color seems to have negated the fact that you, Andre Carroll, don't want anything different than I here in Northampton County want? A safe home, safe neighborhood, clean neighborhood, good schools, good infrastructure. You don't want anything different than they want in Clarion County or in Northumberland or Erie or Tioga or Snyder or, fill in the blank, Mifflin. But yet this wedge seems to have been driven between Philadelphia and, I would say, probably in the collar counties really as well, but almost as a separate state, really. But I don't want anything different from you. You don't really want anything different from me. How do you suppose we rebuild those bridges to the more rural, less populated, not even just suburban counties, but the rural farming counties? How do you suppose we rebuild those bridges? Is it as simple as going to them and reminding them that the folks who live in Philadelphia compared to Northampton, compared to State College, that we're all asking and hoping, we all have the same real hopes and dreams. We're all asking for the same things, aren't we, really?
Yes, Jeff, I think we definitely are. I think is essentially we need to do what you're saying. We need to go there. We need to talk to them, right? I think that now in government we've seen a level of divisiveness because of labels of people not communicating, right? Just 20 years ago, we would see people effectively work across the aisle and really be able to get things done, right? And now people use terms like Reagan Democrats or Trump Republicans, and that right there can be very divisive language, because that prevents a person from feeling like they can even work with someone who may not be classified or called the same kind of politician that they may be, right? We have to get back to the basics and say that and understand that when we get sent to these places like Harrisburg, City Hall, or DC, that we're not going there for ourselves. We're going there because we have a district and a community to represent. Just 2 days ago, I was on one of the blocks in my community, and a few of the neighbors that came out for a candidate. It was like a candidate meet and greet, right? And they asked me about going into a state legislative that is controlled by Republicans, and exactly how do I intend to get these things done, knowing that currently the Democrats are not in control, and we may not be in control again after Tuesday. Sorry, after November, this coming November. How do I still plan to make sure that the things that I am running on gets done? And my job is to put them first. That's my number one job. No matter what kind of environment that I am existing in, or who I have to go to and have these conversations with, my number one goal is to bring back the resources and the answers. And the results that these people from this community is asking for. That is the things that I like to focus on. I do not want to go to Harrisburg and get caught up in a lot of the rhetoric that we currently see. I want to get to Harrisburg and I want to hit the ground running. I want to make sure that this district has a better quality of life after I leave the state legislature than I currently do right now.
What are some of the other issues that maybe we didn't get to touch on quite yet? You mentioned environmental. You know, we touched a bit on education, a lot on criminal justice reform and the you know, the for-profit prison pipeline. But what are some of the other things that you're hearing about as you're knocking doors, or that you are bringing to people as you're knocking doors?
Yes, people, we want to raise the minimum wage, right? The minimum wage has been the same since before I graduated high school, right? You know, the same summer job that I had in high school, people are still making that same amount right now at 725. That is just unspeakable, and that's just should not be, right?
And
Also,
even
making
a $15 minimum wage still keeps you under what is the federal poverty standard. It's only
yeah,
about
absolutely.
$30,000 a year. $15
Exactly.
does not bring you up into wealth by any means. It keeps you at around 30,000, and that's gross dollars, not net. So at 30,000, you know, you're probably only bringing home, if you're lucky, 20 out of that. So yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
absolutely.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
yeah, that's another one. Another one is just making sure that, you know, rent prices have skyrocketed, right?
Mhm.
This past week here in Philadelphia, there was property assessments that was released, and my own property taxes went up 35% just in the blink of an eye, right? It's those kind of things, making sure that people can stay inside of their homes, and just making sure that, you know, our older population isn't being coerced to give their homes up, and, you know, and losing generational wealth. You know, we talked about environmental justice, we talked about education, we talked about criminal justice, right? We talked about healthcare. You know, these are really oftentimes the topic of conversation that I'm having in this district. You know, also, you know, making sure that we protect unprotected classes of folks, making sure that our LGBTQIA population is receiving statewide the protections that we have right here in Philadelphia. You know, there's people inside of the state that is still losing their job because not only just the color of their skin, but also because of their sexuality, losing their housing because of their sexuality. These are like real conversations that we're having, and, you know, these are real situations, and, you know, we can change this by just, you know, going to these places like Harrisburg City Council, I'm sorry, City Hall, Harrisburg, and also DC, and changing the conversation and also changing the outcomes.
Talk to me about the environment in your area.
Yes. So, you know, one of the biggest fights that just happened in my section of the city, you know, there was a gas plant, right? Because we understand that, you know, when we have things like gas plants come to our community, it raises the temperature, right? And we also see disproportionately in communities of color, the temperature is higher in these communities than it is in more rural affluent areas, right? And because of that, it environmental justice is a big concern here, right? And one of the things that, you know, I'm proposing as it pertains to that is that we create a tree building around these gas plants to be able to suck up a lot of these dangerous chemicals to be able to lower the temperature in these communities. Also, you know, when it comes to solar panels, we got to get the greener infrastructure in the state, right? One of the things that I've read in my research is that the federal government currently offers incentives for our homeowners who get solar panels installed inside of their homes. There's tax rebates that is available,
Yes.
but that expires in 2023. But, you know, going to Harrisburg, I can help make sure that that gets protected and extended, and we offer that right here in Pennsylvania, guaranteed for forever, right? To help us get to a greener day in Philadelphia. So yeah, that's, you know, two things that's on my mind as I've you know, hopefully enter Harrisburg the beginning of next year.
Well, we hope so too. And you're seeing, if you are watching us live, you're seeing some folks pop in onto Zoom. I told you that we would be having additional candidates join us as the evening goes along. Let's just be honest. Let's be blunt about how the game goes. You need exposure as a candidate. And this is the last chance for some of these folks to say hello to a lot of you before the primary day on Tuesday. So we have been kind enough to have a group of them come into the room. Some are off camera, some are muted. I can only assume they're just getting themselves together a little bit. Andre, of course, we're thrilled that you are still here. You are welcome, of course, to stay. You know how the game goes too. Everybody needs a little bit of exposure. It's going to be a crowded screen here in just a minute or two. But we're thrilled to give everybody a chance to say hello, to give everybody a chance to say, you know, this is me and please help us out and all that good stuff. So we'll let everybody else get themselves together a little bit. Well, they're piling in now. This is a pie. I should have charged admission. I should have charged admission. I could have made a few bucks here. So there's folks piling in, but we'll keep talking to Andre as we go. And again, Andre, of course, you're welcome to continue to stay here. You have fellow candidates here from around the Commonwealth who are going to be saying hello to everybody. But Andre, when we talk about environment in a big city, I think sometimes folks tend to, I think when we talk environment, people tend to think air, water, and green energy. And you should do that. But when you talk environment in a deeply urban area, I don't mean like, do you have to educate? That seems very condescending. It's not exactly what I mean, but do you have to, is it almost like a new topic for some folks? Like the environment matters just as much to you in an urban area as it does to the farmer in Lancaster County. Do you find environment to be again, not a new topic? I apologize and I'm groping for the right word, but kind of not a new topic, but a new topic to some folks, that it means things to them too.
People from our community, they know exactly what I'm speaking of when I talk about environmental justice. You know, the thing is, for far too often and far too long, it's been the other issues of lack of funding and education and the disparities in healthcare resources and, you know, criminal justice not being available for people who look like the people who come from our community. Because of these issues, excuse me, these become the leading topic of the conversation, which drowns out the other possibilities of having conversations around animal justice or environmental justice or these other conversations. These people know exactly what it means. And when we talk about infrastructure and we talk about the lack of resources in our schools and how our schools here in Philadelphia is filled with mold and asbestos, these parents and these young people, they know. I remember being in middle school and being told not to drink from the water fountain that was located in my school. You know, at that point, I didn't fully understand exactly why they was asking me not to do that, but it was a common ask of me to not drink from this water fountain. You know, but then, you know, it started to correlate to me that, you know, I would look up at the top of the ceiling of my classroom and there was these brown stains, right? Or you know,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Right.
I had
or,
some of those water fountains too, those ceramic ones with the stains at the bottom. Yep, I had them too.
Yeah, so
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
So people are well aware. It's just that, you know, a lot of these communities are being boggled down by so many things at one time. We're trying to figure out how we keep food on our tables, you know, and we keep a medium household income that is able to provide for an actual family. You know, because of that, these other conversations take a backseat.
And it's a shame. Because the answers, we do know it. I think one of the big shames of our current era is we know the answer to these problems. We do. I talk so much about history on this program, as you know, those of you who are with us most weeks will know. Our answers are in our own history. The New Deal worked, and it can work again. And it is one of the geniuses of the Green New Deal is to take the existential threat of, global climate destruction and the mass extinction event that we are in and address it, and put millions of people to work to do it, and not just to work at 7:25, but at 27:25. So it's, the answers, and yet we seem to not look at our own history. We seem to ignore our own history, or we take pieces of our history that are inconvenient and yet somehow highlight those. For as much as I talk about the New Deal here, there will invariably always be somebody who sends me a comment about the New Deal wasn't so great for Black people, was it? No, it wasn't. But did the programs work? They did work. The fact of the matter is they did work. They worked. They did not work equally, but they worked. The moonshot worked. The Great Society halved poverty. These things work. We know what the answers are. We simply have to have the bravery, and dare I say, if it doesn't sound contradictory, the foresight to look back and reinstitute these policies. We can do these things. We know how to fix these problems. We're Americans, last time I checked. We're not the country of can't. We're supposed to be the country of can. We choose to go to the moon and do the other things. The torch passed to a new generation. Anyway, let me welcome in our new friends, our new members of the Kennedy Effect family, candidates from around the Commonwealth. I'm just going to go through the screen. So don't turn your cameras on and off, because you guys are going to move and I'm going to lose track of everything. I want to give you guys the chance to introduce yourselves, tell us what you're running for, and we'll just have a conversation probably right up till 8 o'clock when we say goodnight to everybody, or if we go a little bit past, then we go past it, whatever that might be. But anyway, let me start with Tina. Tina, welcome. And I'm literally going across the screen here, so don't anybody move. Nobody move your square. I'm giving you an order. Tina, you are first. Welcome to the program. Please tell everybody, who is Tina Burns and how did you get here?
Thank you. My name is Tina Burns. I'm from Tamaqua, Pennsylvania, in Schuylkill County. And I really decided to run because Jerry Knowles, who had been sitting in the seat with no direction or no follow through for many years, has decided to retire. So I believe it's time for, kind of like the New Deal of today. It's time for a new day, a new way, and I believe that I can bring that to the House of Representatives, District 124, which covers parts of Schuylkill County and parts of Berks.
Oh, I'm in the next square, so I guess I get to talk about this. Vito, welcome to the program. Who are you, sir, and how did you get here?
Hey guys, Jeff, thanks for having me today. My name is Vito Malakari. I'm running for House District 119, which is just south of Wilkes-Barre. That encompasses tons of great boroughs like Nanticoke, Larksville, Edwardsville, Plymouth Township, Rice, Wright, and Fairview Township, Hanover, and Newport. I'm a public school teacher, and I'm running because I believe in strong public education. I believe that over the last few years, teachers have gotten a raw deal, and I'm a teacher running for teachers. I have twin 5-year-olds, and I'm running for them as well. I've seen what the pandemic over the last 2 years has done to them and exposing the inequities that we have within our society, trying to bridge those gaps within our public school system, but as well focusing in on families and having a plan for families when it comes to paid leave, having a plan for people when it comes to raising the wage here in Pennsylvania. This is an open seat that's going to be hotly contested here in Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania is kind of the bellwether for the country, then the 119th district is the bellwether for Pennsylvania, in my opinion. The seat was held by a Democrat for the last 20 plus years, 2 different ones, and Jerry Mullery has decided to retire and re-enter the private workforce. I'm up against nobody in my primary, but 2 Republican candidates who each have in their own primaries raised over or been given more along the lines of over $125,000 to run their campaigns. So, we are here knocking the doors, talking to people, and we are running this as a grassroots campaign for the people of Pennsylvania. Check us out, vetoforpa.com. Thanks for the experience.
I have to ask about the shirt.
So I'm a public school teacher.
Cross country. I thought
cross
it was
country,
Rangers.
man.
No, I thought it was
no.
Rangers. I thought it was Rangers. Glasgow
Go
Rangers
Pens.
football.
Go Pens. Yeah, I did coach football for about 7 years up in high school.
No. Football. Real football. The kind you kick.
We call that soccer in Luzerne County.
The Irish call it football.
We have.
I thought it was. I saw Rangers. I'm like, that's a Glasgow Rangers shirt. That looks pretty cool. I was getting excited.
Yeah. Well, what do teachers do? We buy everything for students and fundraise for students. This is one of those T-shirts.
You're not kidding. Yeah. And thanks to the Trump regime, you can't write it off anymore. So yeah, that's very nice. Mr. Clements, welcome to the program. Please tell everyone who you are and how did you get here? You're muted, Doc.
We need a little audio there.
Yeah.
I was muted. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting out of the Zoom habit. So I'm known here in the area as Doc Clements. I'm a retired veterinarian. I had a multi-practice veterinary corporation, retired about 3 years ago. I'm running for Senate District 48. It's a rematch for the special election that was held about a year ago. And I ran against Crest Gebhardt. We did well in York and in Dauphin, but in my home county, which is Lebanon County, quite red, not so much. But we'll try that again. I am running for the purpose of returning Pennsylvania to fiscal conservancy. We're in deep debt in this state between the state pension and the teachers' pension program. I think our Harrisburg legislature has just about run us in the ditch. First thing that I would do as an elected senator would be to introduce an amendment to roll back this $5,000 raise. If they're saying that dark clouds are ahead, as they're sitting on our $5 billion that came in from the COVID relief fund, then why is it that they took a $5,000 raise? They need to roll that money back and invest it back into the taxpayers of Pennsylvania. And I think that we have a couple of other programs that are in desperate need. They keep talking about we support our police, but I don't see them supporting them with anything other than talk. We need to put money in our police department. We need new hires, better pay, better equipment. And so I'm going to work to do that and return us to a state where we have a legislature that works. Our legislature is not working. It is broken right now. In this past session, they had about 2 bills that were passed into law. One of them was a bill making the Hershey Kiss the state candy. I think that if you want to talk about a feckless bill, I think that's pretty feckless right there.
So, Doc, you're anti-Hershey Kiss is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm probably a Mars guy. No, just kidding. So it ends up that we're paying probably a couple of $1 million to get a bill passed in the state of Pennsylvania because they have people that keep the gate and they don't want to pass controversial bills. That way they don't have to contend with voters in defending bills that they've passed. We need to return to a day when we work in Harrisburg, not work towards keeping politicians in office.
Fern, welcome to the program. Please tell everyone, who are you and how did you get here?
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay, sometimes I have problems here, but anyway, my name is Fern Leonard and I am running for 120th House Representatives, Aaron Coffer's seat. And I did not take the traditional method to get here. I have 10 soon to be 11-year-old twin boys. They were born with a rare disease, Milroy's disease. And when I discovered that an essential part of their treatment was not covered by most insurance companies, I also learned that there was a bill in Congress that was going to fix that. So not knowing anything about politics, have never been involved, have never even had voted, which is embarrassing now, but it wasn't then. I hauled my butt down to DC and I started working to get it passed. And that was about 11 years ago, 10, 11 years ago. And I have been fighting for change via legislation ever since, mostly on the federal level. And one of my sons is autistic. And when he started going to school, I started running into problems getting him the supports that he needed. They're supposed to be provided, but they make it very difficult. They try to do the cheapest thing. I'm sure Vito can tell you about some of that with our IEP nightmares. And it's usually the suits. And whether it's a money issue or not, I don't know, because there's no oversight as to where this funding goes. The school funding is being funneled out right now into our charter schools because of the way they fund their special needs students. And then they just passed a bill to funnel it out into private schools. That needs to stop. So because I have gained so much knowledge in legislative process, because I have discovered that no one else was going to run against Aaron Coffer, and looking at his voting history, he's always telling us one thing and doing another, which, okay, I guess that's common. And I wasn't going to sit here and let him run unopposed. And I would like to change a lot of the things that we are seeing. Harrisburg has just been halted for so long. I am on the Pennsylvania Lymphedema Advocacy Team, and there are about 78, 79 members. Sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. And we all go down to DC, we all contact all of these reps, and we all like learn their campaign promises, and we all find a way to talk to them at the angle of it. And not once have any of us, none of us, thought about contacting our state reps because we didn't believe that it was worth our time, because they never listened to us. We need someone who's going to listen to us. So that's why I'm here, and I want to work for actual change, not the stalemate that we see.
Amanda Waldman, good first time meeting you. I've never, it's good to finally get to know you a little bit. Welcome to the program. Who is Amanda Waldman and how did you get here?
Hello, Jeff. Nice to meet you as well. I feel like, I don't know, maybe we talked earlier. It must have been imaginary.
I'm easily forgettable. That's why I do radio and TV. I'm easily forgettable. That's why I keep coming back every week to remind everybody who the hell I am.
So I'm Amanda Waldman. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District against Dan Muser. I decided to run for Congress after 2 years of politicos, as I will call you all, telling me I was running for the wrong thing when I was running for a House seat, and that I needed to run for Congress. I finally listened. See, I do listen, Jeff.
I'm sorry, what? No, go ahead.
So,
you left it right there. I would have been really remiss if I didn't take a whack at that one. You set that one right on the table.
I fortunately didn't have the misfortune to be represented by Dan Muser. I have the special misfortune of having been represented by Fred Keller, who magically decided that he would not challenge Dan Muser or Glenn Thompson in the 15th district because Fred Keller now lives in the 15th district. And Dan Muser, I do believe, is across the line in the 8th congressional district, but doesn't want to run there. So I want to run because neither of these gentlemen, as I will politely call them, have done squat for the constituents. They walk around wearing a big R on their lapel, and that's all they think that matters, while their constituents get further and further and further in the hole. We're losing jobs. The roads, having been in all of the 12 counties of the 9th congressional district, I believe I am on my 5th tour through each of them. The roads are awful. They're absolutely horrendous everywhere. And I live in the middle of the country, in the middle of nowhere, and we have just some part-time help doing our roads, and I thought I had it bad, but I prefer to drive on the road in front of my house at this point. Nothing's been done. Funding isn't coming from the federal level into the state level. For Vito and Fern, unfunded education mandates, federal level, money that was promised to schools and never delivered. And it's been decades. And I know Laura can speak a lot to this as well. So that's one of the main focuses. Another is our veterans. Dan Muser just voted against the healthcare of veterans, men and women across this nation who voluntarily stood up to give their lives to protect us, to protect our country, to protect our Constitution and our democracy. He thinks it's going to be too expensive and raise the deficit.
Trump tax
They're
cut.
too
The Trump
expensive to take care of? Excuse me? And then turns around same day and votes for the highest increase in the Department of Defense funding in history. Which is it? Is it too expensive? Or do you just not care about the lives of our veterans? So those are just two of the issues. I grew up in a rural area. I live in the house that I was born in. It's on what's left of my grandparents' small family farm. I'm currently a financial representative in the Medicare industry. I'm a board member of my local Center for Independent Living in Lycoming County. And I'm also a member of the Lycoming County Commissioners Diversability Committee, which we deal with all sorts of issues related to disabilities. I'm also an AmeriCorps alumni and a community volunteer. And the reason I ran was because I'm tired of seeing my community falling behind and being torn apart. I'm tired of no one actually listening to anything they have to say. We hold these pseudo town halls. Sometimes they're virtual, sometimes they're in person, sometimes they're a hybrid. And unless you're a super Republican, and that's a term related to the voting records. So if they voted in every single election, they're considered a super voter and a super Republican, and they're the only ones allowed to ask questions. That's not the job. This job is a public servant. We serve at the pleasure of the people, and we need to be held accountable every step of the way. We need to talk to all of the people, regardless of party. And we need to do the work that they need done and not hold up some flashy, shiny object to distract us from what we really need. What brought me to run? I woke up one morning pissed off and thought about all of the people that had told me that I should run. And I said, you know what? Why not me? If not me, then who? If not now, then when? So here I am.
The fact that you're pissed off about anything, I find is remarkable. It's not generally a state that you are in. So it must really have angered you. I would say quickly to follow up on what Amanda.
Feisty.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, somewhere between pissed and feisty. I would follow up with what Amanda told you about the bill on veterans' health with a couple of statistics. I know statistics are sometimes boring, but they're also educational, as Vito, our teacher, will tell you. The Trump tax cuts alone, the Trump, Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell tax cuts of 2017, while in real dollars, I shouldn't say that, I did that backward. In legislated dollars, it was about a $1.8 trillion tax cut. 83% of that went to the top 1% and the largest corporations in the country. What that tax cut is actually going to cost the United States at the end of the 10-year that the bill lasts is more on the lines of $8.5 trillion. And by the way, folks, that 17% of you that were included in that, you really didn't get a tax cut. You got an adjustment in the withholding tables that gave you a couple extra bucks per week. And then you all owed taxes at the end of the year because I was one of them too. If we total all of the income tax cuts alone, since the onset of Reaganism, since Reagan came to power, January 20, 1981, those total now about $50 trillion. That's just the income tax cuts. That doesn't include the corporate tax cuts, the cuts in capital gains, the ability to pay CEOs in stock, the offshoring of jobs that corporations, American corporations actually get a tax break to do. They get a write-off for offshoring jobs. The income tax cuts alone since 1980, since the onset of Reaganism, $50 trillion. But yet we can't write off student debt at $2 trillion. We can't pay for the VA at a couple $100 billion. Oh, by the way, as a side note, you know how we can't have single payer healthcare? We can't have government run healthcare in this country. We already do. It's called the VA. One single entity. All the
Can I add a
hospitals,
couple statistics?
all the hospitals, all the doctors, all the nurses are employed by and paid for by the government. Single payer healthcare and a UK style national health service, except we just do it for veterans.
Can I throw in a couple statistics
Only if you're
on the
married.
veteran side? 1 in 5 of our soldiers suffer from PTSD. 1 in 6 of our Iraqi and Afghanistan veterans suffer from alcohol and drug addiction. 1 in 3 of our veterans experience underemployment. 17 veterans commit suicide per day. That's unacceptable. And of our veterans, the bill that I was speaking of was related to burn pits. Our veterans are forced to burn chemicals and items that are illegal to burn in the United States.
Yep.
And
Well,
the
pretty much anywhere
cancers,
on the
the
planet.
very rare cancers that they suffer from are not covered as exposure related illnesses.
Right. Well, it's not profitable. It's not
So-
profitable.
Yeah. So that's the problem. This is a death sentence for these veterans. Millions of dollars in healthcare bills that should be covered by the VA, that should be covered by our nation, because we put those soldiers in harm's way. And they may have come home, but they came home with serious disease. So
Laura,
just
quick,
to add,
yeah. A little color behind there, a little shading in the areas. Laura, quick, good to meet you too. We haven't talked before. Good to meet you. And
I know, my God, finally get to
yes.
see you in person.
I know.
I've never
It's
seen
frightening.
you before.
It's frightening. That's why I do radio. Face made for radio. So who is Laura Quick and how did you get here?
I'm Laura Quick. I am running for the 102nd State House seat against Russ Diamond. You may have heard of him before. Even exactly.
He is actually, I find this interesting. I swear, I'll let you finish, I swear. But I find this interesting because I honestly, it took me, I'm even a tiny bit embarrassed to admit it. It took me till this cycle to realize that you can run for dual office in PA. It is a time honored and time, usually you would say time cherished. It is a time honored and time hated practice in New Jersey, where I come from, dual office holding. The federally convicted corrupt mayor of Newark, Sharp James, former mayor of Newark, was also in the legislature. I think he held 2 or 3 offices at the same time and then doubled up on his pension and on and on and on. And I had no idea that you could run for 2 offices here in PA. Obviously, if Mr. Diamond is successful in winning the nomination for lieutenant governor, and I do not believe he will be, but I think, although I think he's probably the lead, I didn't see a poll on that one. He certainly has the most name recognition of anybody running. But if he should happen to be successful in that primary, he will continue to run for his House seat. And if he loses lieutenant governor, he'll just go to the House. And oh boy, doesn't that, geez, don't we all have jobs like that? Where if we just, one doesn't work, we'll just slide into the other one, and,
Hey,
free
talking about the
healthcare.
perfect job, you get to vote on your own raise. You get to just, give yourself a raise whenever you want it, and get to run, have a fallback career just in case one doesn't work out,
Free healthcare, free pension.
Yeah,
It's a good
Sweet
gig.
life.
And
sweet life.
anyway, how
So more about me,
Please.
because believe me, it's about Russ all the time. Russ is about Russ. I'm about us. That's going to be one of my little, because when I was doing the research, so some of you may have seen my name before. I ran for the 9th congressional district, but only in the Democratic primary. I never managed to win enough hearts and minds of my fellow Democrats to accept. I got close in 2020 in spite of a pandemic. I had 54,000 votes. I only lost by less than 1,000. So almost there. So here I am. When we got redistrict, my municipality of North Londonderry Township got district into, we were part of another stellar person, Frank Ryan. And I get double boo for him, I tell you what. And got to his buddy, Russ, is now, and I thought, I can do this. I'm going to take on Russ. I am presently I work for UPS for 15 years. I've been there for 22 years. For 15 years, I was a package car driver, where I straddled 2 worlds, where I'm dealing with businesses and customers. I'm the public face of a multi-billion-dollar international company, because no one else sees the people back there. But then there I am in Browns, humping packages, and not the bad humping, just like a Sherpa, little Sherpa, and in Brown. So I've always been interested in politics, though. Listening to NPR as I'm winding my way through the valleys of Cumberland and Dauphin counties. The 102nd is squarely in the 102nd. I mean, in Lebanon County, all of it. But I work up in Dauphin and I used to drive in Lebanon and Cumberland counties. So you get a kind of broad view of a lot of things. And one of the things I saw, that people all over the place, they're struggling. They're struggling. And the Republicans, all they want to do is take away rights and not replace them with anything. Or if they want to replace things, like they want to replace our property tax, they want to replace them with raising sales and state income taxes. So they're not about solutions. They're all about obstructing and taking away things. And I've had enough. My biggest issue with Mr. Diamond is that right now he's in the majority in our House. He is quite prolific of his co-sponsorship and sponsorship of legislation, but it's a whole lot of nothing. It's just and then the thing is, so Doc talked about how they passed about the Hershey Kiss. The other thing that they did do was Act 77, which now they're in the process of I guess the Republicans don't have an advantage to mail-in ballots. So now we're going to sue ourselves and take away rights to vote. So again, taking away things, and then they're all about, Russ's big thing is medical freedom. Well, what about the medical freedom for a woman? I guess there's no freedom there, doesn't matter, So it is just the hypocrisy of they say this thing that and they hide behind. There are places within the T. If I guess, is everybody familiar with the T? The idea of Pennsylvania. We
For
have
those of you
Pittsburgh.
outside, for those of
Yeah,
you
we have
outside the
Pittsburgh and
Commonwealth or around the
Philadelphia.
country, right?
We have
It's your
Pittsburgh
it's
and
your rural
Philadelphia.
areas, your non-city areas, basically.
It's the T.
more or less.
So it's the
Right.
middle and
More or less.
above north. So in the T, it's very easy, and I'm preaching to the choir on this one. It's very easy for people just to hide. I'm a Republican, and then I found this because I kept thinking about this book. Remember this one? You know, 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Remember that? So their mantra is Republicans good, Democrats bad. You know, all they have to do is say that little chant and everybody's on board, because it doesn't matter what they do or don't do, which is the big problem. And the big problem is he has the power to do so much and he does nothing. And I'm going to hold his feet to the fire about this. His big pet project is, he calls it judicial redistricting. I call it judicial gerrymandering. And all he wants to do is make sure that people, that the justices on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court are from evenly divided around the state. Interesting enough that he decides to run for lieutenant governor, because now that his statewide profile has been raised as for this solution in search of a problem, he is now poised to try to take his non-action butt to the thing. And then I'm not sure if you guys are cognizant of this, but recently, as of just this past week, he was featured on MSNBC on several different programs, because he was the architect of the fake electors legislation. It was Eastman, who's out of Colorado, who contacted specifically Russ Diamond. Out of 203 legislators, why Russ Diamond, you ask? Russ Diamond, who introduced Eastman then to Benninghoff, who is the majority leader in the House of Representatives in Harrisburg. So, and Russ, who's normally quite loud and quite rude, he led these anti-masking, anti-vax things throughout the pandemic. His signs for lieutenant governor say he stopped Wolf. So he's a hot mess. But anyway, so he's strangely quiet. So methinks he knows he's in some legal trouble, and this could get very interesting pretty quickly.
I am always reminded, my brain, I'm sure I could go back and find it. I should have recorded it or something. When the current front runner for governor, the party opposite us, was having an anti-mask rally on the Capitol steps with folks all stood behind him at a distance and all wearing masks. I found that absolutely fascinating. You blithering idiot, to stand there and scream about how nobody should be wearing masks as everyone around you wore a mask.
There's no shame in
But
their hypocritical game.
But to be honest, I'd be doing the same thing. I certainly would wear a mask around them too, to be honest. That said, I had the honor to speak with Andre more about this in the beginning of the program. I'm sure you, several of you were perhaps out campaigning or canvassing or whatever. It is a theme that I come back to very, very often on this program, and not just with folks from inside the Commonwealth. And I'll just throw the floor open to whomever would like to speak about it. Andre, Tina, anybody, floor is open. But how do we reconnect? Andre and I were just talking before you folks came about the demonization of Philadelphia, the otherization of Philadelphia inside our Commonwealth. But yet, even though all of us here are from different areas within our own Commonwealth, we really do all want the same thing. We'd like to keep a roof over our heads. We'd like a sustaining job, clean, safe neighborhood, good school. You know, I happen to have a nice little downtown I can walk to. There's shops and restaurants there. I think we would all enjoy that. But that we don't, but there has become this gulf, this cavern, canyon almost, between our brothers and sisters in Philadelphia and our brothers and sisters in rural PA, when really we all want the same thing. How do we reconnect our Commonwealth? I mean, William Penn chose the word for a reason. We're not a state, we are a Commonwealth. And he chose the word very intentionally. In the history that I, you know, when I do a Google search of it, it was very intentional. He chose the word intentionally to foster a sense of community, that we're all in this together. How do we stitch back those different neighborhoods from the Germantown, you know, urban areas where our new friend Andre is from, to the more rural areas where the rest of you are from? How do we put our state back together?
We show up and listen to each other. You know, I don't know a lot about Germantown, and I would love to talk to Andre more. I do have friends that live in Philadelphia, so I'm understanding what their issues are from their lived experience now. And they can understand because they came from here. We are not that far apart. We just geographically are, and we don't spend enough time with each other or fostering this communication. We just need to stay in touch. This is and should be so much easier than it is. But we're making this out to be, it's this huge mountain that we can't overcome, as if we're talking to people who believe Trump is the second coming and Jewish space lasers set the West Coast on fire. And it's not. It's just, we need to reach out and talk to each other. And that goes for everyone. We're not all demons, and we're not trying to demonize one another within the party. We all want to be heard. We all want focus. We all want state party to realize that all areas are equally important in elections. I can say that as a state house candidate 2 years ago. I was in a very red district. We don't have someone running for that seat this year. Why? Because there's no one to help except for ourselves. And we're only so many people. So having no focus. But I think we just need to reach out to one another. Sit down, have a cup of coffee. I'm happy to come down to Philly anytime, Andre. And you're welcome to come up here in Williamsport, and I'm sure the rest will say the same. We'd love to have coffee and get to know each other.
Doc, let me ask you, at the risk of being of judging you by your face, you've been around a little longer.
Okay, thank you.
Where has the Democratic Party lost rural PA? Did we lose it? Or has 30 plus years of Fox News taken it from us? Or is it a combination of both? Or is it somewhere in the middle that I'm not even thinking of?
No, I think we lost it. I think that it is our fault. I think that we've lost it. I think that we walked away from some of the traditional values of the more rural voter, and we lost them in the process of doing that. I think that in rural areas, we probably tend to go a little too far left, in my opinion. Others in this area would say, no, you're just in the middle of the road. But I think that we go a little too far to the left, and we're a little too extreme about it. And so unfortunately, we lose those voters to the other side because we're a little too aggressive with a left progressive attitude.
I have to ask you, what is too far left?
Well, let's take a look at the last election. I think that probably one of the most ridiculous things that popped up in the last election was defund the police. Um, what did that mean, defund the police? I mean, does anybody want to live in an area where you have one policeman that's on duty 8 hours a day and goes home at night and they shut the phone off and they don't answer the phone? I mean, it came out so backwards, and it was an expression that we were too far to the left on. We don't really want to defund the police, do we? I don't think so. Do we want to help them reform their attitudes? We don't want them out there with nightsticks, breaking it over the heads of people of color. No, I don't want to see that. I want to see them reform their attitude in the way that they do their job, but I don't want to take the money away from them. And in fact, I think that the problem is that we need to fund the police so that we get better candidates, more candidates, better trained candidates, and they have ancillary staff to help them do the job correctly. But yet we ran around with defund the police, and they choked us with it. They virtually choked us with it. I mean, here in the rural areas, they would laugh at you.
You think that was a party platform plank instead of something that was hung around our neck from a specific protest group?
Well, it was hung around our neck, but it also became a party platform plank for some of the candidates that were on the progressive left. And you actually still see some of them when I say, no, we don't want to defund the police. They look at me like, oh no, we need to totally take the money away from them and put it into social programs. Well, a social program isn't going to show up when there's a crime in progress. We need to rethink carefully what we're saying in rural areas, because they're a little less empathetic to us saying things that you might get away with in a metropolitan area.
Laura, you have a hand up.
I think that goes back towards communication. Even when it gets to defund the police, that wasn't the intention of the message. That's how it was perceived. Again, if we're communicating, I grew up in this area. This particular seat, 124, has never had a Democrat in it. It has predominantly been Republican since I was 5 when I moved, as long back as I can remember. But yet, when I talk to people around here that I go to school with, that I've graduated high school with, we commonly think the same things. So it's really comes down to messaging and getting out, not just amongst ourselves, because I've been fortunate and I've gotten support from the local Democrat party and candidates, but above the local level, state and beyond, it's not been there. And I don't think we ever had rural America. We just maybe thought we did because they cast a vote on it on occasion. It's going to come down to us really getting out, doing the footwork, and not just amongst one another, which is essential, but also to the person in the grocery store line, to the liquor store. Tamaqua can't live without their liquor store. And I think that's what we got to get back to doing the work.
You don't think it's a long time ago? I have to concede that point. I will absolutely concede that point. It's a long time ago. The first set of federal government initiated environmental policies would have been during the New Deal to save the entire breadbasket of the Midwest from the Dust Bowl. But you don't think we've done anything for rural America, or have they been taken from us?
I think that the perception, whether or not things were actually done, but the perception is, at least from the conversations I've had with Republicans in my area, is that no, the Democrats are full of free giveaways and they don't help us. Rah rah, the Republicans have always been there for us. Even when
Right, $50 trillion
all know
in
that's
income
not true.
tax cuts is being right there for them, for the top 1%. Yeah, no, I think you're right. When three people, now it's two people in the country have as much wealth as the bottom 160 million. Yeah, who are we responsible because we didn't reverse it? Yeah, but we didn't enact it either. This is a lack of education. This is a lack of education. It's a discussion that Amanda and I have actually quite frequently, and it's not always a peaceful one. At some point, rural America, you get exactly the goddamn government you voted for. You've been stripped of everything. This party's not perfect. The Democratic Party's not perfect. The last universally popular Democratic president is pictures right behind me. And we haven't done a good enough job of explaining who we are and what we've done and what we want to do. But dear God, there's only one functional political party left in this country. We're not perfect, but we're the only ones trying. The other one's a corporation. The other one's a corporation. They're a corporation. The elected officials are employees whose job it is to generate wealth or extract it from the rest of us and send it to the stockholders, i.e. the people that fund them. And this is not an argument, Tina. It's frustrating because, dear God in heaven, we're the only ones trying. And no, we're not perfect. We're not. I can't say that enough. Democratic Party is not perfect. But we're the only ones that give a crap, and we're the only ones trying. And I would say to these sections, not just of Pennsylvania, but of this entire country that are boiling dirt for dinner. Keep voting that way, because sometimes you get exactly the government you vote for. I have less patience and less energy to feel sorry for the folks in Florida or Iowa or Idaho or Texas. Sometimes you get exactly what you voted for. I'm sorry, Laura, you had a hand up. Please take the floor.
So segue a little bit on what you just said, but I want to return to Doc's earlier.
And then I
point.
have to go to Vito because Vito's been very patient.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So another element I think we need to put into the fact is how we've changed from I think cable news is especially guilty of this, is how we've become consumers and we're no longer citizens. Now they just want to get our eyeballs, and this has resulted in people thinking, what are you going to do for me if I vote for you? It's not transactional. This is not how this works, and then, I'm not going to vote because blah, blah, blah. I didn't get my own way. That's not how this works. So we need to get back to this idea of a citizen as opposed to a consumer demanding, I think I deserve this, this, and this. No, you need to engage in the political process, vote, actively educate yourself on the candidates, and stop doing this knee-jerk reaction to, I'm going to vote for this party or that party. I don't care who the candidate is. That's just, though quite honestly, nowadays, the Republicans have kind of gone totally off the reservation, and I don't understand what's going on there. But another point I just wanted to very quickly get to, with Doc was saying that we went too far to the left. I'm thinking now with social media, both sides, the right and the left, both extremes have way too much amplification through social media than we've ever had in the past. So we hear that, they're minorities, they're not, but they're loud, and we hear them and people, and then so the Republicans clobber us over the head with things like defund the police, where only a handful of people were saying that, but they were really good at getting out the message that all Democrats want to defund the police. It's just not true. I don't know anybody who actually truly wanted to defund the police. So, we get nailed to the wall on messaging, and that's where things need to really, we've lost. We've lost. We don't get ahead of things. We don't get in front of this stuff, and that's how we lose.
And I would say just that answer actually provides a commercial, if you will, for the diversity within our party. Something, Doc, you and I may not all agree on, but yet we're all here under the same umbrella, under the auspices of trying to actually legislate and help people. What a crazy concept, actually trying to legislate and help people. Isn't that something? Instead of just make ourselves rich. Vito, you've been very patient, and then I need to let Jackie introduce herself. So Vito, go ahead, please.
Absolutely, Jeff. Thank you. Being a teacher in the room, I guess, raising my hand and waiting my turn sometimes.
Is it harder than you thought?
Absolutely.
Jackie's a teacher too. Jackie's a teacher too.
Well, she's a happily retired teacher, so but just one, a few quick things. I think the Democratic Party has not left rural America, right? You mentioned the New Deal. Even before that, think of the progressive Robert La Follette fighting Bob out in Wisconsin. Fighting railroads that were overcharging farmers for taking a load just a few miles. And he gets instilled as governor. He wins that election and regulates railroads. FDR provides subsidies to farmers so they can maintain a lifestyle. I'm lucky enough to teach American history at this point in time and try to tell kids, the government is for the people and should be for the people. And we, the people, are the first three words of the Constitution. Now, they sometimes think they're the first three words of the Declaration, but we're also trying to fix that as well. But for the most part, the problem comes to the amplification of any message. And the right has Fox News as their amplification tool. That
among others. Yeah. But that's the preeminent one. Yeah. And
sure.
Right-wing hate radio. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. However, as things happen in the world, whether it's when Russia invades Ukraine or Joe Biden is inaugurated as the president, Fox News is amplifying some other story and flaming the fans of another culture war instead of giving facts, and they're misleading people and individuals about what we are and who we stand for. And as a party, we need to message better. We need to get out there and talk to people. Sometimes I do think we believe we're smarter than the average bear. However, we represent working class families here in the 119th. That's the message I'm putting out there. We're a party that's for the family, and we are a party that wants to provide families with paid family leave, with pre-K to 3 and 4 year olds, to make sure no matter what zip code that you live in, you have a fair and equitable education, which is an opportunity as a ladder of success to move from into another classification, another socioeconomic status. And in rural America to urban America, the problems are the same. I teach in a rather rural school district here, and when I talk to kids, problems that they have are the same problems I had when I was 18 years old. Problems that they want to fix and how they want to fix them are the same as 18-year-olds from Wilkes-Barre, which is a more urban school district. It's a matter of making sure we're talking to people, we're engaging people, and not leaving anybody behind. That's one of the issues of a Big Tent party that we have. Our diversity sometimes doesn't allow everybody to hear that same message, and that message gets filtered down in different ways. So we need to have that same message moving forward, that we care about people. We want to help people. We don't want to help corporations. We want to give tax breaks and tax cuts to working families, not to billionaires. And I truly believe that's the message that wins us the day.
7:30 Eastern Time, a long overdue reset of the program. I am Jeff Kennedy. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are live for the 15th of May, 2022. We have an absolute village of folks inside here, inside the room tonight and on the program. Candidates from around the Commonwealth, as the primary election is basically upon us in about 36-ish hours. I beg you, if you are our guest from 2 weeks ago, William Compton is running for the House in Kentucky, I'm sure would agree. There are many actually, primaries going on Tuesday. Kentucky, Pennsylvania, among two of many. Wherever you are in this country, I beg you, if you have not voted yet, either through early voting or mail-in voting, however it is that you choose to vote, if you are waiting to vote in person on election day itself, Tuesday the 17th, I beg you to vote. Even if you're going to go, I think you might be a little crazy, but I'd love to have the discussion with you. If you're voting Republican, dear God, go vote. It's your vote. It is your constitutional right. It is enshrined. Yes, it's enshrined in the Constitution, which it's the 14th Amendment, I think it is, or 13th, that extends the right to vote to freed slaves, which means that the right existed in the first place. You cannot extend a right that did not exist. So that right exists. It was also backed up in the Motor Voter Bill of 1996, I want to say, that states right in the bill, whereas the right to vote is universal and constitutional. You have a constitutional right to your vote. Use it. Please go vote on Tuesday. If you haven't done a mail-in, if you haven't done absentee, or whatever other methods are legal in your state, if you're going to the polls, please go vote. Or if you're at the point where the only way left you can vote is at the polls, I beg you to go. Use your voice. Your vote is your voice. Be heard. Vote, vote, vote. If your vote was so meaningless and meant so little, a political structure would not be spending billions of dollars to try to take it from you. They want to take it from you because it matters. Specifically because it is important. So go use it. Maybe we don't agree on anything. Maybe you're going to vote Republican straight down the line. I disagree with you vehemently. But I will fight for your right to vote. And I wish you would do it for me. So no matter how you might vote, if you have a mail-in ballot that you haven't sent back yet, if you have early voting in your particular state, county, municipality, or if you're going to go to the polls on Tuesday, please just make sure that you do it. Go vote. Please go vote. Wherever you are across the Facebook universe, in nearly 100 places we have shared the program to this week, thank you for being there. Our home group Facebook page is that other side of information. That's where I will see you. You can comment, ask questions, etc. Agree with me, disagree with me, etc., etc., etc. Some of you have been. There's been a good number of folks in there so far this evening. You can continue to do so. I am not sure what I'm going to do with the phone line quite yet because we have so many folks in the room. But I may open the phone line perhaps after the 8 o'clock hour. And we usually don't go past 8, but because we have so many good folks here, we'll probably continue past 8 o'clock. Hot101.net, our name is our web address, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, the TuneIn radio app, and you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, and of course, TCP, the culture professional from Lancaster, PA. The morning show returns tomorrow morning, and you can see me on their Roku channel. So welcome, Jackie Baker. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm not sure we've spoken before, but welcome. I'm being sarcastic, of course. Welcome to the program. Please tell everyone who is Jackie Baker and how did you get here?
Well, Jeff, good to see you again. Thanks. I am a teacher, and I'll just clarify, I'm not retired. I'm just a former teacher.
You just wish you were.
Sorry about that, Jackie. That's my fault. I thought you were retired.
No, that's fine. No, former teacher. I jumped into politics because I started paying attention, and of course, way back before Trump, just was starting to sniff around running. And then when he became elected, and I had a panic attack, and I thought, oh my God, I need to do something. I live in Susquehanna County, very rural, very Republican. Like I said, I am a teacher. I was born and raised and educated right here in Pennsylvania. And for so long, there have been no Democrat candidates on the ballot. I'm the first Democrat to run for the state Senate since 2006. I am running against my opponent, whose last name is the same as mine, in the 20th district. So I really got tired of showing up to vote and vote and vote, and there was never any Democrats to vote for. I ran in 2020 because basically of the same reason. I ran against Senator Jean Yaw in the 23rd senatorial district. All of the Republicans and those in Harrisburg, they just are way off course. I know you've all probably talked about all of the issues, but I couldn't take it anymore. Somebody has to stand up and do something. Somebody has to say, hey, there is another way. And I became a teacher because I care about kids. I care about their education. I care about their families and their communities. That'll affect someone as a teacher. I was a public servant as a teacher. I didn't get into teaching to become rich and famous. I do it because of my love of children, families, communities. And that's what I want to bring to the state Senate, is because I'm a person who cares, and I'm a person who's been there. I know how we need to invest in education. I know what it's like to worry about putting food on the table and paying your bills, and trying to find health care, especially in rural areas, is a huge issue for us. And of course, protecting voting rights. Please, God, don't let Mastriano become our next governor. It's just, we cannot have hateful, awful insurrectionists in charge of our Commonwealth. So we need all Democrats, we need all voters, we need Republicans, we need independents, we need everybody to wake up and pay attention to what's happening in Pennsylvania. We have been falling behind for too long. I've jumped in the race. I've been paying attention for a long time. I've been a state committee representative, and I've been a poll worker. I've been a teacher. I've been a waitress. I've done it all kinds of angles. And I think it's time that we have real people representing the people of our Commonwealth, not people who are just in it to be famous and rich and powerful and hurting us, because we all know we're being hurt all the time. So there are lots of great new candidates, and some of us are giving it our second round or third or whatever, but that's because we're in it for the fight. We're in it for the people because we care. Someone has to stand up and fight. And that's why I know that all of these great candidates that I do know that are here tonight are just fabulous candidates, and they all care. That's what we want to do, is to bring a voice to Harrisburg. So that's what I'm in it for. Thanks, Jeff.
Let me just open this up to the floor, because I think Jackie brings up a really good point. And Amanda's angry that she didn't bring it up. I'm making fun of Amanda because I can. Let me open this to the floor, though, especially those who haven't talked too much yet. Jackie, I think, brings up something very important. The idea, and again, you can see who's behind me. The idea of service. President Kennedy said that politics can and should be a noble profession. Have we lost that? Is that a strong plank to run on? Is it almost something that you have to convince people of? Because I think people are sadly, when it comes to politics, have become naturally pessimistic. So Fern, when you're out speaking to folks, can you, when you look people in the face and say, this is about service, I want to serve. Do they believe you? Are they happy to hear it? Or do they go, yeah, they all say that?
Well, I don't know, because I don't say that to them when I speak to people. They all want to know what's wrong. They all want to know why we haven't made any progress on anything. And the answer is actually a lot more simple than we would think. It's the procedural rules. The very first day of every session that we have, they vote on a rules package, and they leave the power of the entire legislature into a handful of people. So you can write all the bills you want. 6 people, thank you. So he knows, he absolutely knows. So your committee chair doesn't like it, your bill dies. The 2 leaders in the House or the Senate, the bill dies. So that's why nothing's getting done. The new people don't know not to vote for it. And the old people usually bought and paid for it. So we are beholden to the donors of 6 people. So we don't even know if we're being represented. And most of us are too busy working, spending time with our families, doing everything that we need to do to get everything taken care of, that we're not looking at what bills are being passed and we're not seeing who votes for what. And that's a big problem, but where do we find the time? Our minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Some of us need 3 jobs just to get by. We don't have time to look that stuff up. And they really are just all about power. And there was a lot of stuff touched on between the last time I talked and now. Laura, I am so thrilled when I discovered you that someone was running against Russ Diamond. I cannot thank you enough for doing that. And that's a good example too. He's running for 2 positions. In Pennsylvania, you can seek the nomination from both parties. So right now, the Republican incumbent is trying to get the write-in Democratic vote to be the Democratic nomination here. We didn't have anybody running, like I said, so I'm running as a write-in candidate, and a lot of stuff you saw me like nodding along with Vito. My district is right next to his, so I'm all Luzerne County. I'm Dallas Township, Kingston, 44, Exeter, etc. And we're just not getting anywhere. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So, and they're just trying to take away, you mentioned our voting rights. We have bills right now that have already passed once they're taking the funding out of our voting elections. There is a bill right now, I believe it passed the Senate already, where no third-party funding. We're only going to allow you to have federal funding, and they list down what is good for and what you can't use it for. So no third-party funding for voter outreach programs. It flat out says that, no voter outreach. So we are no longer going to be able to hold days of, where you go voter registration. We don't get that now. It has to be dependent on federal funds, which there already aren't enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't need third-party funding. And when they try to pass a bill that they can't get passed, they found a way to bypass the governor. They're doing everything now via constitutional amendment. And they're asking us those questions to change our constitution on ballots of low turnout elections. So every time we change something, it's usually in a municipal primary. And they've really gone haywire with it. The last constitution that we enacted in Pennsylvania was in 1968. And from 1968 through 2020, we saw 49 questions. From January 2021 till present, there are more than 70 proposed constitutional amendments. This is where it's going. And one, he already said it, there's 6 people in charge, that's why nothing's getting done. Act 77, it had more Republican support than Democratic support. It was all about straight party voting. They didn't want to be on the ticket with Donald Trump. They knew they would lose if they had straight party voting, so they got rid of it. And everything they compromised on to get for it, they're trying to get rid of now. And you're right, there's only one party working to save it. And no, we're not perfect. Sorry, my mouth is just really dry. And no, Jackie's right. We don't have enough people in our state legislature that are one of us. We are always electing people to come up with solutions to problems they've never had. So, in answer to your inquiry, has it not been, I forget how you worded it, but politics should be an everyday job? It's not.
No,
it's not.
President Kennedy said that politics can be a noble profession.
Okay, I misheard you. I misunderstood.
If you take issue with the word profession, I suppose I could grant you that. I'm talking about service. I agree. The legislature in PA has become, it's a bloody good job. I wish I had one. It's a really good job. And if you keep it for 10 years, you get a lifetime pension and lifetime free healthcare. Even professional baseball players don't get that. So right. It's a bloody good job. I get it. But have we lost the sense? Have we stopped campaigning on? And I think we should, that it is about, no, we shouldn't stop doing it. I mean, we should start doing it again, is what I meant. Of public service. These jobs are service. They are service jobs. Yes. Hey, you know what, kids? Great salary that comes with it. I get it. You might be angry about it. I get that too. But if I go there and I actually earn it and I do the work, I promise you're going to forget about what I'm getting paid. What happened to public service? What happened to the service among that's in this? Vito, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So listen, WHYY did this great expose on Harrisburg over the last 2 years. And over the last 2 years, only 30% of bills have gotten out of committee in the legislature, in the PA State House, because of the power that some of these individuals yield. And out of that 30% of bills, and this is data that anybody could look up, 20% were just to rename bridges and roads. So what we're doing is we're naming bridges and roads. Why? Republicans will not let bills that will help people out of committee. And only a singular person, like a bill that's in the Health and Human Services Committee, to make staffing levels safer for patients and nurses in nursing homes, is being held up in committee by a singular individual that will not let it out. It is backed by the SEIU. It is backed by patients' rights advocates, but one singular person will not let it out. And it would pass the House. It would pass the Senate, and the governor would sign that bill if it reached his desk. But a singular person is holding up and causing tremendous pain and damage to nurses, to personal care aides, patients, and patients' families. So that's why it's important that we're all running on the same message. It's important that we try to inch towards, if not win the majority in the state house, to get these bills out, to allow them to see the light of day, to be voted on, so people could see who and what they're doing.
I think that Fern was getting to an even bigger point. Harrisburg, this is supposed to be a daily job. This is an everyday public service job. We need to show up every day and do the work. They don't earn this salary for a part-time job. This is ridiculous. And I'm not sure if that's where Fern was going with it, but she's absolutely right. This should be a full-time job. We should be doing the work of the people every damn day. And we don't. They don't. We will. Let me clarify that.
No, they don't earn it. And it's become a rich people's game trying to run. Like doing anything on a shoestring budget, you're just going to get crushed by the opposition because they have all the money. So, you know, that becomes a huge, huge problem because the people who are in the community, the people who go through all of these things that they're trying to fix, could never afford to do it. And those of us who try anyway, they just tell us that we're crazy. I'm not going to sit back, like I said, and do nothing. I mean, these people are trying to vote our rights away. But yeah, no, Amanda's right. They don't earn it. And if I decided not to run, then we have an individual, I'm being nice, that says, oh, I just really want this really lucrative job, but I'm not going to fill out an application. I'm not going to submit a resume. I'm not going to show up to an interview, and I get the job. And we have that all across the Commonwealth. And so many of us we feel disengaged. We've been gerrymandered for so long, and I forget who said it, but they were tired of coming out to vote over and over and over again for nothing to change. And that's a lot of the attitude. That's the thing that we need to change. That's the thing we need to make everyone realize that it's important. And you said it a number of times. If your vote wasn't so important, they wouldn't be trying to take it from us. And when we all came out in droves in 2020, it's not valid. Because we know if there wasn't voter suppression, there's a form of it everywhere in every state in the country, but the Republicans would lose. They would lose every time. And no one here is wrong about the messaging either. If you laid out a Democratic platform and policy next to a Republican one and let people go over it without telling them which one was which, they would choose the Democratic one almost every time.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually the only party that's coming up with solutions as well.
Now,
it's like Laura said earlier, I have a solution to something there isn't a problem for. So let me go to Fox News, OAN, whichever news source people will watch and believe, and tell them that this is a problem when it doesn't even exist. And when I told my family in 2020 that I was going to run for office, my family all said to me, why would you do that? Politicians are all crooks. There's no point in showing up and voting. There's no point in running for office. You're never going to get anywhere. This is what has led to voter apathy in this country. We are the longest standing democracy in the world with the lowest participation by our citizens because they believe the seats are just for sale and they'll never get anywhere. And all of us on this call are running on the same principle to show up and actually do the job. We want to earn the votes of Republicans. We just want a shot to show them what it looks like to have someone in their corner to do the job, to make sure that the schools are funded, to make sure that the property taxes don't go up year after year after year because we refuse to fund a school. So the roads are fixed, so our veterans are taken care of, so our small farms don't have to sell out to huge conglomerates. So that bills that are proposed that will help everyday hard-working people will actually get passed. So that our police force, and this kind of goes back to the defund argument, we expect our police officers to be psychologists, to be social workers, to be insurance professionals, to be peacekeepers as well. We have taken all of these jobs and put them on one single department in society, and that is not fair or safe for our police officers. So building all of the community resources and building the relationships between police departments and community services is vital for the health, welfare, and safety, not only of community residents, but of police officers. They do enough. They put their lives on the line. They don't need to step into every single other role that there are community resources available to do. So, I mean, this, to all of us, I think this probably sounds like common sense. To the Republican Party, they're like, well, we don't want you voting on actual real solutions to actual real problems. So, oh my gosh, the election was stolen. Oh my gosh, there's a horde of immigrants coming to the southern border. Oh my gosh, the Democrats sold out to Russians or to Ukrainians or to pick a country. Or, oh my gosh, inflation, the Democrats caused inflation. The Democrats raised gas prices. I still am questioning why all of the production facilities for the natural gas industry, for our gas, are not open and producing. And I want to know why.
Refining capacity is at the same level it was during the pandemic.
Yeah. So why? And why haven't we forced them to produce? Why is no one else looking at the fact that they're not producing? These are all things that each one of us on this call wants to serve the people and solve. We have the solution. We just need the opportunity to work for the people. I'm shutting up now. I'm sorry. I monopolized.
Let me read a comment in the program chat for anyone to respond to. Sherry Morgan tells me, in my rural area, Republicans are the ones defunding the police. They don't believe we need local police and we can depend on the PA state police instead. Thoughts of the floor, anyone?
That's terrible. We need to prop up both our state and our local programs.
Was that, did he freeze?
I think
Okay,
we
he
lost
froze.
him, yeah.
Well, we can talk about rural broadband.
Well,
That's a good
yeah,
time.
exactly. Hello.
It's a good time for that.
No, because that's exactly. I was talking to someone the other day that there's 2 municipalities that no longer have their own police force, and now they have state police. Crime has gone up, and state police response time is something like 30 minutes. People, businesses are being broken into. This is in the Myerstown area. It's not Center City, Center Big City. This is Myerstown, which population of what? 4,000. and
Gosh, if it's even that much, really.
yeah,
It's about that now. It's grown a little bit.
yeah. So, but because there's people are these apparently it's like young kids taking advantage of the fact that state police have a 30-minute response time to any type of break-ins. It's going rampant, and they want they want the state police to do all the work, but at the same, they want to hop on that, and yeah.
It's an odd form of privatization, really, if you think about it. Like we already budget the state police. The hell with it. We'll just let them do everything. It's happening right here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, since the Bethlehem Landfill Owners Waste Management purchased our township council. I tend to refer to it that way, kind of like naming rights for a sports stadium. Here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, we're not going to pay for a library anymore, because the hell with it. We don't want to do that.
You can read on the internet,
well,
Facebook.
because
You get all your news from Facebook.
the township council's rich and white, and they don't use it, so the hell with it. Then we don't.
And I don't think that many people realize that 48% of the state police budget comes from the gas tax. Okay, it's not in the state budget. They take it from the gas tax. So that's why we really can't have a gas tax holiday.
When they're supposed to take it, and it's not supposed to be coming from the gas tax either. Gas tax is supposed to be funding the roads,
Correct.
not the state police.
Yeah.
Correct. That's
But that's a whole
how they
different-
get around this. We're not raising your taxes. We're just screwing you with fees.
Right. I want to ask this of the floor, and we're going to go past 8 just because there's so many folks in the room and there's so many different things we could talk about. This might, especially if Andre wants to re-enter the conversation, this might be an oversimplification. I don't believe that it is, to be honest, because I happen to think I'm a pretty bright guy. But I don't think this is an oversimplification. Would all of you agree with me? And is it something that you talk about with voters, that all of it, at the end of the day, comes down to money?
Yeah.
If we're yelling about trans kids and fraudulent voting and you farmers out in Lancaster and Snyder, and it's the Democrats that made it so expensive and promised that pipeline's going to save your farm, it's not going to kill it, and things like that. At the end of the day, it just all comes down to money. It's the shiny object. If we're all screaming about hordes of brown people at the border or gun violence in Philadelphia, while is a massive and real issue, but if we blow it up into something even more, if you can possibly do such a thing, but if you blow it up into something even more, yet another reason to demonize. The Commonwealth is still the Commonwealth.
Way to distract from the real problems.
But even in the governor's budget proposal, elected as a Democrat last time I checked, still continues to hand over $3.2 billion a year to the fossil fuel industry. This is all about money, isn't it? Why? The same reason I refer to the Republicans as a corporation and not a political party. It's about money. Money in their pockets, campaign cash in the bank, and a lucrative job on the way out, and funneling wealth to the top. It's all money. Or am I oversimplifying? We want the people in power are the ones who decide where the money goes. And once you've maxed out the amount of money a corporation can make, where do we get more money from? Oh, taxpayers. Because we're also taxpayers. We're also consumers. We're also wealth generators in our employment. I mean, they hate you, Vito, because you don't generate wealth.
Yeah, they really dislike me.
This is all about money. Am I wrong? Am I right? Somebody tell me. At the end of the day, it's not even power. It's money. It's money, and it's money, and it's money, and it's money. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're not. And when is enough enough?
2 people have as much wealth as the bottom 160 million Americans. 2! Put the third in, and you're up to over 220 million people. Elon Musk is worth more than the gross domestic products of 2/3 of the nation on the planet. On the planet.
And that should be illegal.
President Carter was the last to push for a windfall profits tax, and he got it. I think it's time again. The top tax rate when Reagan came to power was 74%. It was as high in our nation's history as 94%. The corporate tax rate used to be 50%. Let me
Yeah,
ask
but-
you guys that you're running for various offices. Amanda is running for a federal office, but you're running for offices, state level offices. I don't even remember the right term for it. One of you can remind me and teach me. I've forgotten how it's worded, but forgive me. It's in the Constitution, but it's worded in the income taxes have to go up the same for everybody. You can't raise them on just rich people. They all go up for everybody. It's the anti-progressive tax system. Is it time, with all of the proposed constitutional changes that Fern brought up for us, and for all of the dark reasons that they're trying to do it, is it time to fix the tax system inside Pennsylvania
Progressive tax.
and get a real progressive tax system?
Yes.
We created 3 new billionaires in PA during a pandemic. Is it time to change the tax system in the Commonwealth? Anyone jump in?
Absolutely. This is Andre Carroll. I'm running for state representative in the 201. I've been quiet for like the last hour. Just listen, I think it's been, very intriguing educational conversation amongst the other candidates. But absolutely, the Delaware loophole is another example of the tax structure that we need to change. The fact that businesses can come to Pennsylvania, but because their corporate headquarters is located somewhere else, they can avoid paying taxes right here in Pennsylvania, although a portion of their revenue comes from this very state. Absolutely, we have to change the tax structure in this Commonwealth.
Why are we allowing our fossil fuels to be taken from this state? They belong to all of us. That's a natural resource. It belongs to every one of us. They're being taken from the state and we're not making a dime off of them. I mean, in all the states around us are taxing fossil fuels as they leave their state. And that's something that's happening at the Harrisburg legislature. They're giving the gas corporations a pass, and we're the people that are suffering from it. That money should be given to the state and then distributed in the way of state services.
It's an interesting one that you bring up, Doc, fossil fuels, because I've used this analogy, if you will, with Republicans in the past. This is literally, let's not think of it as gas. It's wealth. It's literal wealth being sucked right out from under your feet and shipped. If Vito has an apple tree in his backyard, and I go and I steal all the apples, and then I sell them all and keep the money for myself, it's not terribly different from that.
No.
Or worse, I go into his driveway and I take his car and I use it for all my own personal use, and then I start ferrying people around in it, and then I bring it back to him when it's broken, dirty, and needs the tank filled, and I take all the money. This extraction is exactly that. It is a wealth extraction. It is not just a fossil fuel extraction. It is a wealth extraction. Let me ask Tina. There are 2 schools of thought about fossil fuel extraction in Pennsylvania. Tax the crap out of it, so at least we get something. Or don't tax it because you don't want to become reliant on a tax that isn't going to be there forever. And may I also ask, where are you with fracking? No new wells? Stop all fracking? Let it happen? So I ask you those 2 things. Do we tax it? And what do we do about this? What about this current state of fracking in Pennsylvania?
Tax it, no new wells, knowing that it's going to dry up as a revenue avenue. But in the interim, it's continuing to go on. that money needs to be distributed to the people and also used towards building renewable energy.
Because they have a dividend, what they call a dividend, in Alaska. Every man, woman, and child in Alaska gets a $2,000 check every single year because of the revenues from fossil fuels. So is it your belief, just so I'm clear, Tina, that we should be giving a dividend check to every man, woman, and child in Pennsylvania?
Yes. And I mean, not dispersing the whole collected, because, you know, part of that collected needs to go in, and further, a part of that money collected needs to be set aside, because right now we have been suffering for many years because they never did that with coal extraction. So now who's paying for cleaning up all of the coal messes is we, the people, the taxpayer. So in hindsight, when we allowed them to first start doing all the fracking, that should have been one of the first things set aside, is money for cleanup, because it may not be blatant this moment, but down the line, I would venture to say we're going to have the same issues we have with coal, and who's going to pay to clean it up, because they'll be long gone, and we'll be left here, or our children or grandchildren will be left like, oh no, now what?
8:06 Eastern time, last hour, promise, last hour of the Kennedy Effect. We'll let you go for a Sunday evening. We usually don't go this long. We haven't been going this long in quite a while. 4-hour shows were a norm for us. I finally came to my senses and learned how to shut up after 3. But because we have so many wonderful people here this evening who are kind enough to share their time with us, we're going to give them the opportunity to continue to speak. Jackie Baker, Vito, Doc, Fern, Andre still here, somebody named Laura, she's right there, I can see her. Tina and Amanda are all here. I'm expecting Kristen to come upstairs eventually. I think she's only been in yet 2 other meetings while I've been doing the show. We are a Zoom happy family around here. Oh, I should say everybody's happy with the cat. He hates it when we're in all our meetings, and I'm surprised he hasn't come up here yet either. But we're going to keep going and take you probably to 9, unless everybody says we really are sick of seeing your face and then we want to get out of here earlier. But we'll probably go up till 9. There's a DJ coming on at Hot 101 at 9, so one way or another, I will be done on the radio at 9. Facebook, of course, is always on 24/7, but we'll plan to take you to 9 p.m. Going to be a long one. George is going to hate me when he has to convert all this video to YouTube. He's going to be really angry. It's going to take me a very long time to do it. He's told me whenever I get over about the 3:15 mark, it takes a very, very long time. Wait till he sees 4:15. He might drive down here from the Poconos and beat me with my own computer. I think there's a good chance of that. So we will take you to then wherever you are on Facebook. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. And please remember that our home group Facebook page is always there. Our stories, the issues that we follow, information on past guests and candidates, articles from the CBC, Lehigh Valley Live, from the BBC, from the Guardian, from the Times, the Post, all NBC, ABC, all sorts of interesting news stories are there. And this week we actually had a pretty heavy dose of science stories. There is a partial eclipse tonight of the moon from tonight going into tomorrow morning. There is a video there of about a 2 to 3 minute, I think it's almost 3 minutes long video of the supermassive black hole that has been discovered and filmed actually at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It's fascinating. If you want to feel really, really small, go look at a video of a black hole and you'll realize that in the grand scheme of the galaxy, not even just the universe, we are really not much of anything. We're very, very small. Keep this in mind. There are as many stars in the Milky Way galaxy as there are grains of sand on Earth. And there are as many galaxies in the universe as there are grains of sand on Earth. If you ever need a mental reset, just look up into the heavens and realize just how small we are. Sometimes it'll maybe even make you think that the differences among us are even smaller. So that other side of information is our home group Facebook page, and we're always there. And I can always be reached through that page. If you've missed any of tonight's program, George, after he kills me for its length, will convert it to YouTube, and it will be on our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. You can find us on Instagram at That Other Side of Information. I remembered to do a TikTok today, promo for the show, and then couldn't forward it anywhere. So I don't know about why that happened. But I remembered, and I'm actually kind of happy that I remembered, because I don't always remember to do that. It's not my favorite medium. I really only do it for promotion. But I remembered. At least that's a good thing. You can do that. Hot101.net will be with you till 9. That's our web address, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app, and tell Alexa to play Hot101.net. And the TCP Morning Show returns tomorrow morning. And you can find us, you can find this program on their Roku channel. Jackie has had her hand up for a very long time. And because she's a former teacher, she's now mad because she's had her hand up and I haven't called on her. So now I'm going to do exactly that. I will call on you, young lady. Go for it.
Okay. All right, I'm here.
You lost the mute button. Jackie lost the mute button.
I was lowering my hand. I didn't realize it was still up there. Yeah, I'm gonna go pretty soon because I do have a little one that needs to get to bed and get ready for school. But I just want to emphasize one more time how a lot of the decisions, most of the decisions that affect our daily lives are made in local government, from school boards to, city councils, township, and borough councils, and all the way to the state house, the state representatives, and the state senate. And a lot of people forget or don't realize that a lot of the laws are locally made, and by people that they elect and sometimes don't even know who they are and what they represent. And they're in Harrisburg making decisions on behalf of all of us that most of us don't want or don't agree with. I'll just say here in Susquehanna County, the farmers, there's many farmers upset because their water has been polluted and they need help. There are people here that need jobs. There are people here who need health care. And we have to start looking more closely at who we're voting for and in the local governments. And if there's nobody running in these local governments, please think about standing up and stepping in and getting involved. For many of us on here, running for the state house, the state senate, many people do not realize who their state senators and state representatives are, what their jobs are, and their jobs are, for one part, is making laws. It's not the governor who's going to make the laws and pass the laws. So when you're going and you're thinking about that road that is falling apart, like ours here in Susquehanna County and all over the Pennsylvania are, think about who you elected to be your state senator. My opponent, Senator Lisa Baker, she voted for the gas tax. She took it away from our roads and our bridges and gave it to the state police. We are the people who have live out in rural areas. We don't have, like you were discussing before, takes if you're lucky, 40 minutes to get a state policeman to your house. This is a huge county. We have one police barracks, state police barracks. It's huge, and there are no, easy ways to get east to west across the county. But I just want to emphasize before I go about, try to get involved with your local, especially all of us, if you've had a chance, if you agree with us, try to get involved. Tell somebody to vote. Tell them how they can vote. It's safe, it's secure. And just, try to really get involved, because democracy is not a spectator sport. We need to all be involved. And sometimes races come down to one vote. And it's hard to believe that, because we all think it's such a big thing, but there are lots of examples where it's come down to 1 or 2 votes. So your vote does matter. And Tuesday's primary day. Please check out your candidates and vote. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks everybody, for listening.
Well, thanks, Jackie. It was good to meet you, Jackie. It was good to. Jackie will be back. I know Jackie will be back. We talk all the time. She's had to suffer through me at our revolution for years.
No, Jeff's great. He's very knowledgeable, and I appreciate you giving me some of the time tonight.
Well, it's going to be a long summer and a busy fall, so you know where we are, and you know what I tell every guest who's ever come across our way is that bad news for you is that you're part of the family. So we expect to hear from you again, and we will call on you again. But go get the kids to bed and relax, and let's do it all again next week.
All right, thanks all. Bye.
Let me let me give the phone number. I will give the phone number because I know our one regular caller, and one of the beautiful things about this program is that we've become friends, and it's a wonderful thing. I don't think we ever would have connected any other way, but he's itching to call in, so I will give the phone number formally. I'll say that 10 times fast. I will give the phone number to you formally so that you know that it is open, and I'm sure he will be the first one to dial in anyway, but I will say it. It's 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. I am getting a note that Andre has to leave us as well. He has a campaign team meeting. I just wanted to say to you, sir, before you go, the same thing that I usually tell every guest. I'm hoping that you can unmute quickly. If there is anything that you wanted, any final thoughts or anything that you wanted to leave our audience with before you have to jump onto your campaign meeting, I give you the floor, sir. Please talk to us.
Yes, I just want to say thank you again, Jeff, for this opportunity. I really appreciate this. The conversation was enlightening. And democracy only works if we participate and if we work together. So I just want to encourage all the other candidates on here, continue to work hard. Tuesday is the day where we get an opportunity, to let the voices of our communities and neighborhoods be heard. And, just stay encouraged, And I just want to say thank you guys again, to let the voices of our communities and neighborhoods be heard.
All right, go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
No worries. So yes, also please, let's stay connected. My name is Andre D. Carroll. That is also my social media handles on everything, including Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. I will follow you back and add you on Facebook. I look forward to staying connected. So thank you guys all again, and y'all have a blessed evening.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for taking so much time to be with us on a really crucial night. The Sunday before Election Day, and same bad news for you, Andre, is that you're part of the family now. So I deeply, deeply hope this is not the only time that we will get to hear from you. Of course, we're going to be rooting for you on Tuesday, but even if you should not be successful Tuesday, obviously we hope you are. Even if you should not be for some reason, the door is open to you here. You do incredibly important work, and I would like to, I really wish you could come back again in the future that we can talk about that work as well. Justice reform, the education, and gun violence in the city, and so on. So welcome
Absolutely.
to the family. Thank you for being here, and I hope we see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. And I'll make sure that I stay in contact regardless of the outcome of Tuesday. So thank you.
We're rooting for you. Thank you very, very much.
All right. Talk to you later. Be safe.
Randall is on the phone to talk to the panel. Randall, welcome to the program.
Is Randall speaking?
Should we get some music going on while we?
What's up?
We don't, do we, is he speaking? We don't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear him.
No?
No,
Okay.
we can read your
I-
face though. You seem amused.
I can in the audience can. So go ahead, just go ahead, Randall. It'll have to be quick. That's all. I'm sorry. There's some technical thing going on that should not be going on because they should be able to hear you. I don't know if it's just because I have too many people on. Well, if she's been right.
The audience cannot hear Randall either.
I know. No. Randall, it's okay. I need to let you go anyway because nobody out in Radio Land can hear you for whatever reason. I can hear you, but they can't. It makes me look very rude, and I apologize to you. You know how this stuff goes sometimes. When I tested everything before the program, it was fine, and now you called and nobody can hear you. But I will relay your messages out to the audience, and you know that I love you, and please stay healthy, okay, sir?
Is this like Harvey the Rabbit? Is
All right, you
Randall
take
just
care.
a figment of Jeff's imagination?
No, I also want to, Randall brought up some very important things. He wanted to send out a prayer to his state legislator, Leanne Kruger, who's been diagnosed with COVID. And of course, to Lieutenant Governor Fetterman, who had a stroke
On Friday.
So it got out today. Yeah, I mean, not always a good look. You know, there's health privacy and all of that, but you don't want to be, you don't know that you want to hold on to that for 3 days. That's a big deal. And yes, his state rep just got diagnosed with COVID as well, in addition to Mr. Fetterman. I would only say, for whatever it's worth, and I'm certainly no doctor, if she's been vaccinated and boosted, I have every expectation that she will be fine. Everyone that I have either heard of and or known that has gotten COVID after being vaccinated and boosted has been fine. It's been varying degrees of effect. Some folks didn't even know they had it. Others have felt pretty crappy. But no one has had to be hospitalized. No one has needed intensive treatments, and everyone has gotten through it. So I wish the same thing for Representative Kruger. And
Not no one. My cousin passed away. He was immunocompromised.
even after immunocompromised.
He was two, both vaccines and boosted, and he passed away.
Yeah, the immunocompromised would do that. Would definitely do that. Let me ask you that then, Laura. How does, we talked a little bit earlier about the divisiveness of these different topics, like trans kids, and you can list these fake outrage, culture war things. The hilarity of the vaccine debate, if it is such a thing, is so contradictory on so many levels. These vaccines, not the Pfizer vaccine, they did not take any federal money, but Moderna did under Operation Warp Speed. You would think that a vaccine green-lighted and rocketed through under the Trump regime would be a banner of, a real banner of success for the crowd on the right, but yet somehow has turned science into a political issue. I find nothing, at least currently, and funny is a a bad word to use, but I don't have a better one. I find nothing more perplexing, perhaps, funny, ridiculous, insane, all of it, than for this crowd to march around about masks and vaccines and say, my body, my choice. But, oh, by the way, women, you know, is there any way to explain any of this? Are you finding this as you campaign? Or is it
I
so
actually had-
ridiculous? Is
I
it
actually had
so
a very
ridiculous?
good- Yeah, it is. I actually had a very good discussion today. I was knocking on doors earlier today. And it was my first, it was a house divided. The man was a Democrat, the woman a Republican.
That's right.
And the very first issue she brought up was abortion. How this, you know, and but she was very measured about it. But so we did arrive to, I thought we arrived to a very, it was, I was kind of ready for a lot of her arguments and a lot of her positions. And I finally, I hopped on her words about that. So she had her own, put a pin on the idea of an antidote versus statistics, because I have a really good thing to talk about that about Hidden Brain, the program on NPR about Hidden Brain. But anyway, when she was pregnant with her fourth child, her husband's parents wanted her to get an abortion, and she did not. And she used that as an example of why abortion shouldn't happen. And I said, well,
No, it's an example of choice.
I go, shouldn't that be more of the idea of that it's your choice? Shouldn't you be advocating for choice in that circumstance? And we came around, and I said, but I think the biggest thing that made her think, I could see the wheels turning. I said, who do you want making a medical choice, doctors or politicians? And that got her thinking, and that got the whole idea of that, because her take on this "my body, my choice" stuff, she's like that women are doing what they want with their bodies, and you know, I was thinking, well, because I told her my story, that when I had my son in 1999, I almost died, he almost died. To force a woman to have birth, to give birth, is also something to, you know, should not be a government decision. It should be a medical decision. It's a medical issue up until the time, especially since the baby is not viable outside of the mother, to a certain point. So this is, and we kind of, you know, we evolved to other stuff, but I could see the wheels turning with that. But I had a really I love the series Hidden Brain. Is everybody familiar with that? Hidden Brain. If you're a politician, it's great. It's great to arm yourself with this stuff. So they talk about the power of the antidote versus statistics, and that you can have all the statistics in the world. You can say this, that, the other thing, but people will hang on an antidote that oh, my brother's cousin's barber's son-in-law had this happen to him, and that has more validity than any expert and everything. So, but we are hardwired for that, because in our most basic form, you know, when we're hunter-gatherers, when we're out against, you know, when it's about, well, we saw a lion on the other side of the hill, on the other side of that hill, there's a lion over there, that's survival. But if we don't say, so statistically speaking, on the other side of the hill, you know, let's break this down. On other hills, have lions been here? You know, no, it doesn't matter. There's a lion on the other side of the hill, immediate danger. And so we're kind of hardwired to believe an antidote much more than statistics. So I think that's where a lot of this plays in.
why isn't the most obvious pushback on this issue? And thank you that you're all sitting down. I don't want to surprise you with this piece of information. I'm a male. So thank you for that, for sitting, you know, I hope I didn't knock anybody over with that. Why isn't this issue to push back with the, because I realize there's a deeply religious aspect to this, and I happen to respect that a great deal. But for the supposed small government conservative, which many self-identified Republicans believe they still are, and I say self-identified because there's no real ones, because they don't have policies. So it's hard to consider yourself a member of a party when the party has no policy. But for the remaining self-identified Republicans who think they are a small government, what's more big government than to tell a human being what to do with their own body? And isn't this just the beginning? I mean, one of the major national messaging points that I happen to agree with 100%, I don't think it's just, you know, some sort of shiny faux messaging. What's next? Is it contraception? Is it IVF? Is it, oh, you want to have a nose job? No. Is it interracial marriage? Is it interracial dating? Is it, you know, what's, I want to paint my house blue. No, you have to keep it white. I want an estate car. Nope, you got to have a Jeep. Like, what's next? Why isn't the ultimate in big government saying you cannot do this with your own body? You can't.
And it takes away it takes away privacy, all privacy. Because here's the flip side of the whole abortion issue. Miscarriages are considered abortions. It is the same identical medical terminology. So for a woman who has a miscarriage, she can now be held criminally responsible for having an abortion. Not because she did anything wrong, not because she took something to undo the pregnancy, but because there was a problem with the baby, or a problem with her genes, or a problem with the father's genetic material, whatever. Any of 1,000,001 things could have happened to cause a miscarriage. And not only is she now guilty of having an abortion for a child she probably desperately wanted, she would also, according to one of Mastriano's bills, I'm going to just be polite. I had to cut out the rest of the words that went along with that.
Thank you. We stick to FCC rules here.
Forcing a death certificate and a funeral.
Right. That was.
And I have family members
Mike
who
Pence
had
did the same thing in Indiana.
or I mean, who
Hearings
had
for Pence.
miscarriages. Apologies. And they kept it to themselves. They didn't even tell the rest of the family. One, they didn't tell us they were pregnant. And two, they didn't tell us about the miscarriage because it is so painful and deeply personal. It was months till they told us they were ever pregnant and lost the baby. So
I mean, even more than
you're
that. I mean,
torturing people. It's torture.
Are Kristen
It's
and I
not
going to
just
have?
removing my right to privacy, my right to choose what I do with my body. It's torture. You're torturing women. Is it because they believe our place is still in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant? I have some expletives for that.
Well, I often say with it, you know, when Democrats tell me that Republicans want to take us back to the or that they want to take us back to the 50s, the 1850s, not the 1950s, the 1850s. I thought we settled, you know, Vito, you're the history teacher here. I thought we settled the issue of bodily autonomy after the Civil War. I thought the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments settled bodily autonomy when we decided as a nation that you cannot own someone else.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to those decisions are between a person and their doctor, whether it's abortion or any other medical decision. They're so deeply personal.
Anybody that they choose. If Amanda's pregnant and decides I want my parents. I want my minister. But that's her choice.
Right.
That's her choice. I don't get to bust in and
here's the
say
other thing.
no.
If I can't even say what I want to do with my own body, does that remove my right to say no? Does this legalize rape? If you're removing my basic bodily autonomy, is it also removing my right to say no?
I don't want to get
That's
into
something all the women should also think about.
well, look, I am not a constitutional scholar, and I don't play one on the radio. And I don't play one on Facebook, but I would make the argument that this is very, very close to the Establishment Clause. What's next is, and I know it might sound like a leap that I'm making here, but this argument is so driven by religion. This is very close to the Establishment Clause. You don't have bodily autonomy because it offends my religious faith. And if government backs that up, that's the establishment of a national religion. And Jefferson himself fought tooth and nail for that. I have told this story on this program a lot of times. Fern shaking her head, Vito shaking her head. You probably know where I'm going with this. Tina's shaking her head. You probably know where I'm going with this. Amanda's heard me tell the story before. One of the biggest debates at the Constitutional Congress was over two words: from and of. Jefferson and Madison argued for the freedom from religion, but they couldn't get it passed. The southern states wouldn't allow it. So we ended up with a freedom of religion. And neither thing is pretty good deal. It's pretty revolutionary, no pun intended, for world governments at that time. But imagine, would we be having this debate if our Constitution said we have a freedom from religion? This debate has so many different tentacles to it. It's a big clinging octopus with more than 8 legs. Because what's next? Fern, if you wanted to dye your hair jet black, no, because you don't have bodily autonomy. Do you have to, are we close, Fern, to going back to where your husband has to allow you to get a credit card?
You think I have a husband?
But I mean, up until the 60s, a woman couldn't get a credit card.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a huge problem. I wish more people would read the Roe v. Wade opinion. We keep saying privacy, and we do know that it was Griswold versus Connecticut, which you nailed it. That's birth control. That established the right to privacy in the 14th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that comes from. Religion is actually mentioned in there. There are several religions that are mentioned that state that they don't ban abortion. And the only one mentioned that does is what is it, Christianity or Catholicism, honey? Catholicism. Thank you, Catholicism. I haven't read it in a little bit, but it is absolutely in there. And it's not necessarily about body autonomy. Where, all of the viability came in, it was, it's the state's responsibility to take care of its people. So in the first trimester, it's between a woman and her doctor. In the second trimester, they can't. Which
was created law out of whole cloth. The court literally created law with the trimester system, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's a bit
created law.
And that's, yeah. And I'm not happy with a lot of it. I'm not happy with a lot of things in the Constitution. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it was written for people like me. I'm a woman. It wasn't. But if Roe v. Wade falls, then everything's going to tumble with it. Roe v. Wade is just the first on it. It's going to be a domino effect. So no, you are not out of line. You are not, I forget the word that you used. It's going to be the first to go. It's not going to be the last. Democracies fall a little at a time until they fall all at once. And that's where we're going. If we don't open our eyes and stand up and do something about it, we're going to lose it.
It's the frog in the boiling water, and I hate that. I hate that analogy so much.
Which is an interesting interesting thing is that people like Mastriano and a lot of people on the right are so about wanting to tear the country down and replace it with what? And when they
Christian
do,
Sharia,
right, well, when they do
Christian Sharia
replace
law.
it, maybe when they do
Fascism.
replace it with that, then when they don't like that, now what are they going to do? I mean, at least now you might have an opportunity to change it. But if they do that, they have no opportunity to change it. And I don't think they really give that much thought.
Well, no, because it's I've asked, and Kristen and I have had this discussion a lot, and we haven't solved it, but we have the discussion. Does someone like Doug Mastriano actually believe the shite he's peddling? Or
He
does he
does.
know does he know he's making a ton of money on it? Because
No,
someone
he
who
does.
served, because I don't know him, I don't. He has an open invitation to this program. He's had one for 2.5
Having-
years, by the way. He
Having
has an open
faced
invitation to
off
this
with
program.
him-
But what I would say is, you folks probably have a better sense of him than I do. Does he actually believe what he's peddling, or has he realized, well, the money's rolling in, isn't it? And I'm getting some fame here, and people know who I am. And if he does actually believe it, then a gentleman who has served our nation admirably, because he did, let's be blunt, he was in the military. I wasn't. He did something I couldn't do. His service is so antithetical to what he's peddling. How does a gentleman like that reconcile it? And I'm not trying to get in his head. I'm not trying to get in his head. It's a dark place and I don't want to go there, to be honest. But it's interesting. Doc, you shook your head. You believe that he believes this?
I do.
Or is it for fame and money?
No, I do. And that's why I am suing him. I am the lone Democrat in the state of Pennsylvania that is now suing him to be removed from the ballot.
Under the 14th Amendment, the Insurrection Act.
Right. And will be heard in 2 or 3 weeks in the 3rd Federal District Court in Philadelphia.
Doc, are you as shocked as I am that no one has found a single photo of him inside the Capitol yet?
Yeah, I suspect that maybe when he got to the top of the steps, because he did pass police barriers, there are photos of that. And there are photos of him going to the top of the steps. And I think when he got to the top of the steps, there was a little conversation between him and Saccone. And I think Saccone told him, no, we can't go here because it's gonna get us in big trouble.
And if you're relying on Rick Saccone to tell you you're doing the wrong thing, that's scary. Can I just out loud?
Yeah, thank you.
Having faced Mastriano on the steps of the Capitol myself, he 100% believes.
I was there that day. That was something to
There
watch.
was
I should have filmed it.
there
I
was
just gave away my age, by the way. I
nothing-
said film. Should have
There's-
videoed it.
Yeah, they have a term about him and bats and crazy, but I won't add all the rest of it to it.
Here's the scariest part of Mastriano. The military trained him how to take down governments.
Exactly.
The military trained him to take down governments.
That's what his job was.
Like, does anyone else think that that should just be an automatic disqualifier from running
That's
for
why
office?
I
here?
would somewhat disagree with you, Doc, that he becomes the next governor of the Commonwealth. And we go full fascist here. And is he really going to like that? Do you really know what the consequences are of that? I don't think he cares, Doc. He's at the top. He's at the seat. He's at the head of the table, isn't he?
Right.
He's
he
going to be
doesn't
the
care.
governor, so he doesn't care. Do I? When DeSantis is dumb enough to cost the people of Orlando $1 billion because he's got a spite hate tantrum against Disney, he doesn't care, does he? He's the head of the government still, and he's only increasing in the polls in Florida with that base, with that solid dead red. Darn right, we're going to take down this government base. That would be my only response to you. Let me ask Tina, because Tina's been super patient but super quiet. Now I'm going to make you talk, Tina. There's another F word out there, Tina. It's called fascism. Vito will well know fascism created by Mussolini himself. He originally called it corporatism, but realized that people very readily understood what corporatism was and they didn't like it. But when he renamed it fascism, they were cool. He dissolved the Italian parliament, but kept the districts, and then chose either the richest person or the largest business owner in each district and made them the parliament. That is the ultimate bonding. I love seeing the dogs. I love it. I'm trying to stay focused. I'm loving seeing the dogs. And made them the government, the ultimate merger of corporate and state interests. There is another word out there that's floating around, not just Pennsylvania, but around the country. But since we're all in the Commonwealth, we'll stick to the Commonwealth. And the word is fascism. Can you use that word when you're talking to voters, or do you have to avoid it?
First of all, my favorite word starts with an F. So, but I see no reason why we can't use it. It's applicable, and if explained in the right manner, absolutely.
It's 8:46. I'd like to give you all the floor for, I mean, I don't know that's going to take 14 minutes, but I will give you all the floor for a remainder of time to just have at it. I have to turn the radio off, period, at 9 o'clock because there's a DJ coming on. If we run a tad past that, it'll just be on Facebook. But we do have to say goodbye to the radio audience at 9 hard. So it's 8:46. It will be 8:46. There it is. Just clicked 8:47. So we have 13 minutes. I want to open the floor to each of you individually. Contact info, issue we didn't get to talk about, agree with me, disagree with me, tell people, stump speak, whatever it is, have at it. I'm just going to go in order. And as my screen is currently set up in front of me, that puts Fern first. So Fern, the floor is yours, all of it. Contact info, implore to vote, plan to vote, whatever it is, just the floor is yours. Everybody gets a shot before we wrap up at 9.
Okay. I'm Fern Leard. I am a write-in candidate for the 120th district. People in my district probably seen this. It's a very lovely mailer sent by the Republican that is on the ballot, advertising himself as an independent leader and giving you instructions to write his name in if there is no one under 120. And that is, of course, only true of the Democrat ballot. You could find me at www.voteforfern or votefern4PA, the number 4.com. Sorry, the other one was taken when I went to get it. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I've already covered my platform and you can find it on all of my spots, and this is not a lot of time for everyone. So I will just, again, vote for Fern or votefern4PA.com and hand it over to someone else. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, same to you, Fern. I'm going to tell everybody individually, but I'll tell you all again at the end. I hope this is not the last time that we see you. Nothing breaks my heart more than when somebody flies in, drops their info, and I never see them again. So welcome to the family. And I hope that you come back and that you see us again. We will be rooting for you on Tuesday. We want to know how you're doing. And again, to the folks here and to everybody listening and across Facebook, there will be a special edition of our program Wednesday evening from 7 to 9. It is a post-primary wrap-up. We will be talking primary election on Wednesday evening. I think Kristen will be with me. I think Jordy will be with me. We'll have some faces and to talk about what happened here in the Commonwealth on election day. Vito, go ahead, sir. Make it a soccer jersey next time, and the floor is yours.
We can call it football. It's all good.
It is football, isn't it? It's football.
I did world cultures and European history for many years and got moved into American history. So just got to go with the flow. But so vetoforpa.com is the website. You can find us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, Veto for PA. will be the tag that you're looking for. Check us out. You can also donate to the campaign on the website. All of the dollars, small dollar donations, large dollar donations, medium dollar donations go very far. The one thing that I do want to talk about, you mentioned fascism, you mentioned Mussolini. My grandmother, my Nonna, left Italy in 1934 to escape fascism from Mussolini. And the one thing that she always instilled in me as a young man, and I lived with her for the first years of my life, was education, reading, writing, critical thinking. And the one thing that we need to think about more here in the Commonwealth is equitably funding public education for all of our students, regardless of their zip code, to ensure that all 3 and 4-year-olds have access to high quality pre-K, and that no student who wants to go to college, community college or otherwise, doesn't go into burdensome debt. We need to reinvigorate our career and technical schools throughout this Commonwealth to create plumbers, carpenters, and electricians, and allow those individuals to reinvigorate our labor unions and labor force in this Commonwealth, to rebuild it into the future. On Tuesday, I ask everybody to go vote regardless of their party or affiliation. Your vote is your voice. Don't let them take it away from you. See y'all Tuesday.
Think about that, folks. You have an entire political structure trying to take away voting from massive constituencies and populations in this country. This group here, again, while not perfect, Democratic Party is not perfect. I say it every week, but we actually want you to vote. We want you to vote. We want to make it easier for you to vote. And we want you to actively vote. We want you to be part of the process. And I said it earlier, Vito just said it. Even if you're voting Republican straight down the line, go vote. It's your vote. Because I'll tell you what, kids, as soon as they take the vote away from people of color, then it's going to be the young, then it's going to be seniors, then it's going to be all the rest of the Democrats, then who's going to be left? They'll come for your vote too.
Exactly.
They're not just going to keep you your vote because you voted Republican. You'll lose it eventually too. So go vote. Doc, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm Calvin Clements, and I'm running for the Pennsylvania Senate District 48. And I think that voters really need to understand that Harrisburg is seriously broken. Vito touched on this a little bit earlier. In the session 2019-2020, 4,185 bills were in committees to become law. 275 of them got out of committee. And of that, only 27 were actual bills. The rest of them were naming something. That's a lot of legislative work that did not get done for serious problems that are going on in Pennsylvania. And I think we need to get to Harrisburg with people who seriously want to fix the problem. If you're not about changing the rules, then I don't think you're seriously interested in changing what's going on in Harrisburg. We need people that want to reform these rules. Fern touched on this. There are 6 people who are controlling all the legislation in the state of Pennsylvania. That's insane that we're letting 6 people rule what's going on in the state. That's got to stop. And what's happening is that we're allowing the legislature to drive us into a pauper state. I think that we need to understand that the pension program is $64 billion in debt. I didn't say million, I said billion. That the teachers union is $49 billion in debt. And we've got 6 people.
Rural broadband. Rural broadband. Doc will get himself straightened out. Laura, go ahead. Doc will end up reconnecting like he did before. It'll be fine.
I'll kind of piggyback because that's my final point whenever I talk about my platform. We need to get Harrisburg working for us. I am tired of them finding all kinds of other things to distract with and not actually do their job. If elected, okay, I will be in the minority party. We don't have to change the rules as much as we need to get things, we need to go back to a time where it wasn't us against them, because it's not us against them. We're all Americans, we're all Pennsylvanians, and when we start to work against each other, when we start to obstruct other elected officials from doing their job, we're the collateral damage. And this is what's been happening. We're not getting anything done. So what I propose to do, if I get elected and still in the minority, I want to take an idea of what they do in Washington, D.C. It's called the Problem Solvers Caucus, where you can only join this caucus if you have a member from the other party. All legislation out of that caucus is totally bipartisan, equally bipartisan. This is how we get things done. We have to stop pointing fingers at this person's done that, we need to get over ourselves and start working for the people.
Doc, you're back. Let me
I'm
give it
back,
back to
I
you
think.
quick. Let me give it back to you quick so you can finish.
Okay, all I want voters to understand is that we need to send people that are willing to make changes and get things done. We're not doing anything, and we need to roll back those $5,000 raises. I can't understand how people that work 4 months of the year think they're worth $95,000 a year plus all the bennies.
Tina, go ahead. Floor is yours. You are muted.
Burns, number 4, pa.com at Gmail, and also Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And really, we didn't touch on services too much, but I am all for, one of my passions is services for our elderly and our disabled and our veterans, and including affordability for living. And my background is I'm a healthcare consultant, but my degree is in industrial organizational psychology. So when I see a screwed up corporation, if you will, I know what I'm looking at. And Harrisburg certainly could use not only one industrial organizational psychology major, but many. And that's it. That's it. You can move to the next. Thank you.
Amanda, you get to close it out.
Woohoo, I feel so lucky. Thank you very much, Jeff, for having all of us on. Guys, thank you all for joining tonight. Amanda Waldman running for Congressional 9th District against Dan Muser. If you want someone who's going to go to Congress, go to DC and actually do the job. If that's your basic need, is to have someone who represents you, go to DC and do the job. Vote Waldman. My website is Waldman, number 4, PA.com. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Waldman, number 4, PA. I want to go work for you. I want to make sure you have a seat at the table. I want to help you all off the dinner plate of the rich and the powerful who buy seats in government. I want to help each and every one of the candidates on this call and around the state. It is so vital we take back the legislature in Pennsylvania. It has been run into the ground by Republicans for over 30 years. So again, waldmanforpa.com. Good luck, everybody, on Tuesday.
I want to thank all of our guests. It's 8:59. I have to say goodbye. Come back and see us on Wednesday. The Kennedy Effect will be live. That's the plan, as long as my work doesn't get in the way. We will be back 7 p.m. on Wednesday with a wrap-up of the primary. Go vote. Until then, please take care of yourselves and each other. Good night, everybody. Thank you, everybody. And please take care of yourselves. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you. And come back and see us.
Thank you.
Thanks.